Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase, exclusions, and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
The new Boost Mobile network is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for life.
That sounds like a threat.
Then how do you think we should say it?
Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for the rest of your life?
I don't know.
Until your ultimate demise.
What if we just say forever?
Okay.
$25 a month, forever.
Get unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month with Boost Mobile forever.
After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Unlimited plan.
I've always believed that golf is more than just a game. It embodies integrity, commitment, and a sense of style. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa, and I'd like to tell you a bit about Naturewood Home Furnishings, a business that shares these same values. With the Procore Championship Professional Golf Tournament happening at the stunning Silverado Resort in Napa, I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Just like the game of golf, Naturewood has built its reputation on integrity, commitment, and timeless style. Looking to bring a unique style into your home? Naturewood offers custom certified designers who can help you craft the perfect look tailored just for you. And while you're enjoying the elegance of the tournament this week, along with Napa's world-class wine and food, be sure to visit Naturewood Home Furnishings. You'll discover pieces with the same sophistication and quality as the game itself. Who knows? You might even find an heirloom that will be passed down for generations. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Just look for the water wheel.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Big day around here today. We're going to talk to Reggie Theus at 5:30 today. Rod Brooks, 49er analyst.
Yeah.
NBC Sports Bay Area at 2:30. And at 49er practice today, George Kittle was wearing an Iowa State helmet because he lost a bet.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
So, sometimes you got to pay off your bets, and that's what Kyle Draper's doing today.
What?
The first time with our picks.
All right. I feel like I've lost so many bets lately. I'm trying to keep track. Which one did I lose this time? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll come up with, we'll do the word. And
so the rules are you got to work the word into an interview. And it doesn't have to be Reggie Theus. I think you have the option, whoever you want.
I don't know Rod that well. So I don't want to damage my reputation with him. He might be like, man, this dude's a crackpot. At least I know Reggie. I've hung out with Reggie. He knows who I am. So,
Jay, the word is cattywampus. Is that what we decided?
Cattywampus. Hold on. I came up with that word. You can't use I'm the one that brought the word to the station here.
That's fine, Mr. LeBron James, but that's cool. We're still riding it.
Let's go. I'm ready. I got to look up the definition again. I totally forgot what it was. So
and the origin,
right? Use it in a sentence.
Yeah, so that'll be fun, and he can work it in. Maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe the opportunity will arise with Rod Brooks. Well, here where he's going to sneak it in there. So we'll find out. And then we're probably all going to have to take our turns doing that this year. But Drapes is leading us off. Did you see the numbers for the NFL this weekend? Week 1 ratings record for the NFL. Everybody watched football, right? A lot of people watched football. 21 million viewers per game for the NFL Week 1, up 12% over last year.
Dang.
Hardly seems like a surprise, right? Everyone watches football. I don't know. For me, I just felt like this year, and I don't know why, I just felt like, football's arriving at just the right time. You know?
I'm with you. And I've said it before. Like, I usually get excited for the NFL season, but I felt like this year I was even more so. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's the state of the country, the weather, like something. It's like, we need sports back in a big way.
Yeah.
And the NFL came at the right time. And I give the NFL, the league, credit. The matchups that we started with, going with KC and Baltimore, then the Eagles and Packers on Friday night, Lions-Rams, a big game Sunday night, and then Monday night, of course. Like, there were some heavyweight matchups right out the gate.
Yeah, so record ratings Week 1 for the NFL, even though a lot of people with DirecTV weren't able to watch everything, because they got that issue still with Disney, ABC.
Yeah.
But how about this? Manning Cast, and they were impacted by the DirecTV thing. Manning Cast, all-time low ratings.
Really?
Yeah.
And it was with Bill Belichick, right?
Yeah. Less than 1 million viewers.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
I'm trying to put my finger on it, where more people, just really in tune with the game and didn't want to hear, Peyton Manning's take on it, Bill Belichick's take. And I'll tell you, when I was watching the game, I did have on the Manning Cast by accident for a second. I walk in the house, put it on, and I'm like, oh, this ESPN2. No, I want the real thing. I want the real thing. And so that's interesting. Could it be that there's Peyton Manning overload, if you will? Like, the dude seems to be everywhere. He's producing things. He's on Olympic. Like,
nationwide commercials.
He's doing everything, it seems like. It might be a little too much Peyton Manning right now.
To me, that show, I've watched it at times and I've enjoyed it, but the way I consume it, it's more who was on it. Oh, that sounds funny. I'll watch it the next day. I don't want to watch the game with them. You know what I mean?
Right. And I mean, as much as we talk about who's announcing the game, and there's nothing like having a normal football game. Like, the NBA has tried that too, with Jamal Crawford and other guys.
Oh, that's right.
And it's like, I want to hear the sights and sounds of the game. I want to hear Kevin Harlan, going up high and when he describes a dunk. I want to hear Troy Aikman, my guy. I'm a big Troy Aikman fan.
Are you really?
Well, I grew up a Cowboys fan. Remember, that was my guy, Troy Aikman. Oh, love some Troy Aikman. And so, like, I want to hear those guys instead of, people making jokes and things like. I want to focus on the game, Whitey.
Yeah. Peyton Manning's great. Eli's shown that he has actually a personality. They have good guests. But when the game's on, I want to watch the game.
Exactly. But ESPN is in bed with Peyton Manning. I mean, in Omaha Productions and all that. Like, I think it might be just week 1. You got the Eagles. Who do my Eagles have this coming week? I'm drawing a blank. But the Eagles are on Monday Night Football this week. And so I'm sure the ratings will go even.
Falcons?
Nah, they wouldn't do that on Monday Night Football.
So.
Would they do it? Yeah, I think you're right.
Because it's two birds. It's two birds.
Yeah, you're right. So I'm sure the ratings will be even higher, like even through the roof for both the game and Manning Cast. America's team, baby. L Train said it.
Always lying.
America's team.
Yeah. If you're a fan of any of the teams that haven't won a game yet, are you nervous? I know it's only one game. I get it. But you mentioned the Falcons, and it's something we were going to talk about at some point here. But if I'm a Falcons fan, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. It's like, what happened to Kirk Cousins? I thought he was supposed to be good.
Right. I mean, he's coming off an injury, but you're right. It's the one thing that the Falcons at least thought they had in place is the quarterback position. Finally, we got a quarterback. We got some stability there. Kirk Cousins will come in and be solid. And he wasn't good. I mean, he was not good. That offense wasn't good, even though they have some weapons. And I think Eagles should win by a touchdown or more easily. Like, Falcons just aren't in their league.
Is that in Philly or is it in Brazil again? Or is it some other country?
No, I believe this one's in Philly. Yeah. They finally get to play a true home game. And so.
Oh, Kirk Cousins owns Monday nights, doesn't he?
No. What is it? Like anytime after like 7 o'clock or whatever it is, the dude turns into a pumpkin or something like that.
Well, he beat the 49ers last year, right? I believe he did.
He did. Yeah, he did. Yes. So, no, I'm looking forward to that. But you're right, man. Like there's an appetite for football now that just feels different. Feels different this season. I will say this, though. You're not in fantasy, right? You don't have a fantasy team. I made a mistake, fellas.
Uh-oh.
I made a mistake.
I already know where you're going.
You think so?
I do.
All right. So usually I'm in one fantasy football league. Like there's one league I'm just focused on. That's it. I've been in this league 25 years. But now my son and his friends got a league, so I joined that.
About that league where the commissioner got
the number one pick. I beat the commissioner because he had CMC. And CMC didn't play. But now, I'm in my son's league. The station all of a sudden got a league with our boy Nate starting it up. And I'm like, I'm in too many leagues, bro. Like, have you, because you're not in fantasy, but watching football and getting the fantasy alerts on your phone is miserable, bro. It's like, 1 minute, it's like, oh, Breece Hall's in the red zone. But then you realize the other team that you're playing as Breece. It's hard to root for just one guy. You're cross-purposing.
Yeah, that's good, but it also cost me another league. I would want no part of that.
Right, and now you got waiver wire, and I'm like, I'm already tapped out, bro.
It's a lot of work, too, if you want to do it well.
Right.
You got to jump in there and scour the waiver wire every week.
Yeah, and that's why I laughed at Chris Watkins, because – we had the draft last Monday night, not this Monday, but last Monday night. And we're in round like 10. And the dude is still taking 2 minutes to pick. I'm like, what the hell? You got a big whiteboard and a spreadsheet? And he was taking it entirely too seriously. And it made me wonder, maybe he's only in one league. Like this is all his eggs in this one basket. But 3 leagues is entirely too much for me. I can't do it. I might tap out of somebody's league, seriously.
Do you know any other results from the station league? I know that Brendan got the better of you week 1, but some of the people that we might know.
Yeah, I got it for you right here. Just pull up my old trusty iPhone
How did Mr.
13.
Watkins fare?
All right, let me pull it up. And I don't even know the name of his team. I would imagine he has a bunch of
Vikings. Maybe.
Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say. A bunch of and I play him this week.
Ooh,
as a matter of fact. Ooh, that should be a spicy matchup.
So you're trash talking him already. I see.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean. That's what I do, right? That is exactly what I do. And so, all right, let me look at the scoreboard from last week. NFL week 1, I lost to Brendan. Emil barely beat Verlad 108.78 to 105.16.
Ooh.
Hotly contested. J. Ross demolished Simone. I mean, he crushed her. He beat her by 54 points, 134 to 80. Kyle Ledbetter, 109. Alan Stiles, 104. And Frankie Cardicelli whooped up on Jose, 112 to 89. And, see, this is what I'm talking about. Chris Watkins, highest scoring team in the league, 147, beat Nate, 122. And you know what, fellas, real quick, I'm going to beat Watkins just for GP, just for good publicity, because you know his team name? You want to know what it is?
Yeah.
Nothing Like Us. Come on, Watkins. Low-hanging fruit right there. You got to be better than that. Dare to be
team
different.
name again?
I don't even. Let me see. Kyle's awesome team or something.
Whatever they gave me.
Whatever they gave me. Yeah. Kyle's deluxe team.
Oh, okay.
Deluxe
What's some of the
team.
names on there that you can say?
All right. Brendan said Stroud 9. Verlad, Dave's grocery bag. Fergoso, your bye week. Simone Simda 1. Oh, J. Ross here so I don't get fined.
I like
That's
that
his
one.
team. That's good. Alan Stiles. Oh, man, you got to ask them this tomorrow on the Crosstalk. I don't know if he came up with this or they offered this one up. Ace Sizzles Football Fizzle.
I hope they gave him
I hope
that.
they gave it. If he came up with that, man.
Are you playing any fantasy, Jay?
0, brother.
Too busy, huh?
Too busy.
Yeah.
Dude, you can have one of my teams.
No,
How about
I'm good,
that?
man.
Yeah, it's too much.
We
I'm
told
done.
you, though.
I know.
Didn't someone on this show, Whitey, did you tell them, or a guest, or someone told you not to be in 18 different leagues?
Yeah, I forget. We had a fantasy guy.
It was
on. That
somebody,
was when I was telling him, my son's friend got the number 1 pick and everything. And it's Fantasy is terrible. And I still don't understand how I got the number 12 pick in a 12-team league in the station one. Like, my team is trash, man. I call it like I see it.
Maybe we can, as a show, help you out with your team. If at some point you want to throw in the towel.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You know, Compio.
Each week we pick a lineup. Yeah. I might even try to pair up with Simone since we're the two worst teams in the league and maybe like just form one team, you know, make some trades and things like that. Make a super
where
team.
you going?
You know what I mean? Like do something like that.
Yeah. When we come right back, Christian McCaffrey, according to report, long shot to play versus the Vikings. What's up with CMC's Achilles next? Sactown Sports.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Hello? Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey? Half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Are you looking for a new van for your business? Maybe you want to go out on a camping trip or even haul your kids and their teammates to their sporting events. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has the Sprinter van just for you. It's fully customizable, and plus, it has that Mercedes star right on the front, so you know it has the premium quality that Mercedes sedans and SUVs are known for. Give the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van a test drive at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or go online at mbofstockton.com.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Speaking of Kings talk, Reggie Theus today, 5:30. Also, we got some more sound from DeMar DeRozan, who's been going around promoting his new book. Kyle Draper already has it.
Yeah, I'm going to read it this weekend.
Copy.
Yeah, hey, man, select few. I'm glad to be on that list. Not everybody got it.
I noticed you even had something, seriously, on the inside cover. There was a press release or something you had in there that most of us, when we buy it,
that was a special note.
Yeah,
special note.
There it is.
Signed by one DeMar DeRozan. Much
Really?
love and respect, he says. So I can't wait to get this guy.
See that? I'm not going to take it.
Yeah, I'm about to. I wonder if Imran can give us a price on this thing. Might get it graded, if you will.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
He has a really cool signature.
No, he does.
Very nice.
I'm going to have to talk to the Kings, though. I know I could get this, Jay and Whitey. I know. But usually, like when I was in Boston, one of the things I'd like to do is get a ball signed by the whole team each year. You know what I mean? And one of my biggest regrets is I did not get one from the team that broke the drought.
Playoff.
Yeah, the playoff one. Like, and not to sell or anything like that, but just to have as in my collection. Yeah. And so that's one of my regrets. But I'm going to get it this year. This team might be a Western Conference Finals team, at least, according to DeMar. So I'm going to definitely get it.
That's how it is in Sac. It's lit.
It's lit.
Yeah. Do you have a lot of that stuff?
Yeah.
Mementos?
Yeah. I probably got 20 to 30 signed basketballs, probably about 20 signed jerseys. But they nowhere to display them, though. You know, like I don't have a man cave or anything like that. Eventually I will. But, yeah.
I was at Jerry's house one time, and I was just in the foyer waiting for him. And he has this big, cabinet, whatever it is, right inside. And there's obviously a lot of basketball stuff, but it's all kind of, packed. It's not like out where you can see it. It's like I can see it looks like binders and things. And I look around the corner of it, and there's like a picture of Jerry with Julius Erving. And I'm like, man, that was
Dr.
mine.
J.
I'd have it out. And I
Right.
asked him, and he goes, yeah, his wife put a lot of it together, compiled a lot of
Yeah,
it. So
yeah.
it sounds like he's not really that interested in displaying it, but I'm sure at some point he'll be glad he has all that stuff.
Right, exactly.
She put it together
Right.
for him.
Yeah. I mean, I ideally I'm gonna want to display it all. Like, my son has a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
He was like, Dad, we got to hang this up and all that. But it's just, it takes up space and time and money to do all that. And so, like, he has probably like 20 signed jerseys or so. Like, that's his thing. So, no, I can't wait to get this guy DeMar DeRozan in town, man. This is, I think, we're going to connect with him here on the show. Obviously, the city's going to connect with him. He's doing his thing right now. So
It's interesting, the interview that he did with Sam Amick. He talked about coming to Sacramento, and he said, it took me a minute to decide to go there.
Right.
Saying all these great things,
Right.
we admitted it took me a little bit to decide that's where I wanted to go.
Yeah, I mean, look at the history of Sac. It's not a free agent destination. They've had some struggles talking about the franchise, but the fact that we talked about it yesterday, he chose Sac over the Lakers, over Miami, Philly, shows that it's a new day. And how about this real quick too, Whitey? How about the fact that ESPN, DeMar is such a star and a big name, they bring in DeMar for the car wash. He's a name around the league. So we always talk about, man, our guys aren't on ESPN or they never talk about us. Well, it's a new day right now.
Yes.
DeMar called him up and said, hey, can I come on, September 10th or September 11th? Yeah, come on, DeMar. We'd love to have you. And so it's he's going to put us on the map even more.
They got a movement over there for sure.
Yeah. Sam pointed out in his piece that if DeMar DeRozan continues scoring at the rate he's been scoring, then in couple 3 years, whatever it is, he'd be top 10 all time in scoring.
Yeah, I don't think people understand
Top
where he
10
stands
all
historically.
time. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. Like when I looked up the numbers, I was like, he scored 23,000 points. Like that's unheard of. Now, if you look at the all-time NBA scoring list, all-time NBA, just NBA, I'm talking about this year, he's going past Charles Barkley. He's going past Allen Iverson. Probably he's going past Ray Allen, Patrick Ewing, Jerry West. Like this guy's moving up. And these are like Hall of Fame, all-time greats we're talking about. And he's about to suit up here in Sac. Right now, when it comes just to the NBA, he's 31st. By the end of this year, he's going to be legitimately top 20, 21. Like he could literally catch Vince Carter this year.
And you wouldn't let me put him on the top 40.
No, Jay's the judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to that. Not me. I'll let you do whatever. You'd be wrong, but I'd let you do it.
All right, Purvis Ellison.
Yeah. Marvin Bagley.
Right.
Yeah. Did you see, I think it was on the podcast, he talked about how he was inspired by watching Jordan, but not the Bulls Jordan, the Wizards Michael Jordan.
Yeah, and what was the story he told? It was more so the way he scored.
The reliance on the mid-game.
Yeah. Just getting to his spot, the footwork that Jordan had. Jordan wasn't jumping out the gym or blowing past anybody. He talked about that elbow jumper, like just getting to your spot and being able to rise up over a guy, and the one dribble pull up too, he talked about in the podcast. And I don't think kids work on that enough because, a lot of times it's either you want to get all the way downhill or you want to shoot the three. For DeMar, it's like one dribble, bang, pull up, got you. And he's mastered that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Manny Too Legit back in what I call the chateau.
Yeah.
You like that? The chateau?
The chateau?
Yeah.
Oh, well, all right. I might be able to rock with. I've been thinking, what can we call the chat? The chateau.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
So Manny, I think he's working like 4, 5, 6, 7 jobs or whatever. So good to have Manny with us today. Hope you're doing well, Manny. Christian McCaffrey not doing that well. This is Ian Rappaport today. Says McCaffrey a long shot to play versus the Vikings. Here's exactly what Ian Rappaport had to say.
If he was on the field is now the big question for Christian McCaffrey. And it feels to me, just taking stock of the situation, talking to people involved, that Christian McCaffrey is a long shot to play this week against the Minnesota Vikings. And go back a couple of days to Monday night. I think we all thought, in fact, the 49ers all thought that Christian McCaffrey was going to shake off some, little tightness that he felt late in the week of practice, be able to work out and be able to play Monday night against the Jets, as he told reporters, as everyone had planned. He worked out pregame. It was just not quite right. And we talked a lot during the course of the preseason about Christian McCaffrey's calf injury. It is more than that. It is also Achilles tendonitis, which can really be troublesome. And as Kyle Shanahan noted, that's actually the injury that's giving Christian McCaffrey more trouble right now. It's the injury that is requiring more treatment than, I would say, the calf pull. So that is why Christian McCaffrey did not play on Monday night. It's a long season. He is as good as it gets. They want him healthy for the stretch run. So it makes sense for the 49ers to pull back a little bit and ensure when he hits the field again, he is fully healthy. And oh, by the way, the fact that you have Jordan Mason, the former undrafted free agent who came in, rushed for over 100 yards, ran incredibly hard, and looked excellent against the Jets. The fact that you have him step in McCaffrey's place, not so bad for the 49ers.
Yeah, that's not great news, but with that music, it kind of seemed okay.
Right. Everything will be all right, everything will be all right. Looking at the mayoclinic.org, looking at Achilles tendonitis. They say
it's no joke.
Yeah, it's no joke, right? It definitely no joke. It says exercise, physical therapy, pain medication to reduce the inflammation. If several months of more conservative treatments don't work, or if the tendon is torn, your doctor may suggest surgery to repair your Achilles tendon. And so what it seems like right now is there's a lot of rest, ice, compression, elevation. But we talked about it yesterday. It's been more than a month now, right? Like,
I don't think they're
better.
being square with us, and they don't have to be. I get it. There's gamesmanship, and I don't care. Obviously, if he's on my fantasy team, I'd care. If I was wagering on the games, I'd care. But to me, it's pretty clear this guy's not playing for a while. And they can say, oh, we wanted to wait and see.
Right.
And technically, who knows? Maybe miraculously, yeah, he's all better now. But they know that's not going to happen. And so they're resting him. And I don't think he's going to be in the lineup for weeks, don't you think?
Weeks?
Yeah.
I agree.
That's the way it looks.
Let me ask you this. Are you buying the narrative that they've put out that if this was a playoff game, if this was a Super Bowl, he would be able to play? Are you buying that at all? I'm not, because with an Achilles, like you mentioned it, Kevin Durant, had an injury, calf, became Achilles, bam, snapped on him. Like, I don't think that's something you sort of play through, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think if it was a Super Bowl, it'd be like, hey, this is it. You tear it, it's okay. And it's kind of up to him. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. If it's a playoff game, that's the way it looks to me. And
right.
I'm not buying all this stuff that, we thought he was going to play. And again, I don't care, but I'm not buying that. We're getting played here a little bit.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Whitey. We need to meet Campio in person.
Yeah.
I know him. He just put something in every topic we talk about. He always got a story about his uncle, his cousin. We talking about CMC's Achilles injury, and Campio on the Chateau weighs in. In 2010, I missed 5 months of work with the same injury. I was in a walking boot for 4 months. This guy is weighing in on. He has
got a lot of experience.
A lot of experience, man. We got to meet him in person. Like he needs a segment on our show. Like, all right, Campio, your turn to weigh in. Well, back in 1963, when I was in third grade, I had, it's like we got to do something with Campio.
Yeah.
He's always got
the Campio pod.
Yeah. Like the Manning cast, an alternate Campio cast.
Yeah. I had that 10 years ago, whatever it was. So I was older than Christian McCaffrey, but playing basketball, I had to go see the doctor because I had something there. And he's like, that's Achilles tendonitis. And it was kind of red. And he's like, you just got arrested for, I don't know, 2 weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
And I did, and it was fine. It wasn't that bad. But it's not something where, okay, maybe he'll play this week. It's just, that's not the nature of the injury.
Right.
Especially a guy, who's so important to what they're doing. Because if that snaps, their season, I know I'm a big Jordan Mason guy, but still, you don't want Christian McCaffrey going down in September.
Yeah, exactly. And, to your point that you talked about, him missing maybe the next few weeks or so, I'd rather miss time now. And trust me, all games are important. We understand that. But the schedule does lighten up. If you could just get through these next 2 or 3 weeks of football, the schedule really lightens up, and then you won't have to rush them back. If you win these games, the sense of urgency isn't there as much.
Maybe we'll find out more here from Rod Brooks, 49er Insider, does pre and post for NBC Sports Bay Area. Rod Brooks joins us next on Sactown Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
When is the best time to buy a new air conditioning system? Right now with Bell Brothers end of summer clear-out sale. You'll get up to $2,700 off a top-of-the-line AC system. Plus, no payments or interest for 1 year for qualified buyers. Call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or go online to thenosurpriseguys.com because we only have a limited number of new top-of-the-line AC systems. And when they're gone, this offer is over. Need more info? Call us. Estimates and second opinions are always free. So call now for up to $2,700 off a new premium AC system. And no payments or interest for 1 year. Plus, if you call now, we'll throw in your choice of a free smart thermostat or indoor air purification system. But you have to call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com. Remember, end of summer is the best time to buy and save on a new AC system. TheNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Hard Health Park for Country in the Part 2.
But what was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Harmony.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Hard Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Before we bring on our next guest, Drapes, I just want to make sure I'm clear on something. I know you're NBC Sports California. Our next guest, NBC Sports Bay Area, pardon me. Are you guys all like coworkers, or is there that rivalry? I know you and Bonte sometimes.
Yeah.
Kind of a friendly rivalry thing.
Not with like the Rod Brooks and the Giants, like the Niners Giant. No. But when it comes to the Warriors and Kings and Bonte and Festus and Chris Mullin and those jokers, yeah, there's a rivalry.
Okay.
Like, there's, you know what it is, real quick, too, before we get here, and Rod understands this. He's on the Niners broadcast, so they always get the big studio, the fancy lighting, and everything like that. Same thing with the Warriors. Whereas the Kings, we get the tiny studio, and so when I
annex joint,
we get the, you know how it is at school when they have the modulars, the portables, that's how it is. And so now that the Kings are good, I walk in there and I tell Bonte and them, get your butt up in that small studio. We taking over the big studio. Rod knows exactly what I'm talking about.
49er analyst, NBC Sports Bay Area. How are you, Rod Brooks?
Hey, man, why y'all making the spot hot right now, man? I got to walk in that studio, man. I got to see Bonte. I got to see Festus. I got to what you doing to me, man? It's the first show of the year.
Hey, Rod, let's keep it real. Have you even ever been in the small studio?
Hey, listen. Yeah, we've been in the small studio. And do you know why? Because we got bumped for the Warriors. So
okay.
I'm just saying, you're making the spot hot right now.
You're right.
Yeah. I was trying to avoid probs and I created more.
Oh, man, that's hilarious.
Rod, we appreciate you being on with us. It's amazing how much you've had to cover and deal with already. You know, it's only one game in here, and this offseason has been so dramatic. Where do you think we are right now with Christian McCaffrey? When do you think it's reasonable to think that he might be back on the field? Any idea?
So McCaffrey said that he wants to play. And after the game, or not after the game, yesterday, Kyle Shanahan said if Sunday's game were a playoff game, Christian McCaffrey would have played. So I say all that to say this, that Niners are a very special case. They are uniquely qualified, and they are structured to where they can play a few games, especially at the beginning of the season, without a guy who is a legitimate MVP candidate, without their best player. That is not a good long-term viable strategy. That is not a recipe for winning a Super Bowl, not having him around later in the year or for the entire year. If he were to knock on wood, this doesn't happen, he gets hurt. So I say all that to say, I don't think he should play. I don't believe he's going to play on Sunday just because Niners don't need him to play. And that's what they showed on Monday night, that they have the type of team to where it's not necessarily plug and play, but we know about that Shanahan family run game. We just saw Jordan Mason, be the next Raheem Mostert or, or Orlandis Gary back in the day, when going back to when his pops was doing that zone read running game with the Broncos. So they have enough guys. They used Debo McCaffrey on Monday night, where he was able to take some carries in the backfield. Obviously, he was involved in the run game, and there was enough attention on him. I think of one play in particular where George Kittle caught a first down pass down the sideline. There were 4 sets of eyes focused on Debo. Kittle standing right there, and then the ball's dropped over the defense right into Kittle's hands. So again, my point is that the Niners, I believe, are the only team in the league that could lose their best player and still be okay for a stretch of games this early in the season. I just don't see where it's smart or wise to play him when ultimately you really don't have to, in my estimation.
Rod Brooks joining us. Hey, Rod, has J.P. Mason earned some touches, even more touches, even when CMC comes back?
Yeah, and listen, they were going in that direction anyway. Christian McCaffrey, Achilles, or Cap, notwithstanding. Last year they got away with using Christian McCaffrey for a lot of people's taste, but at times, there were games where the Niners were comfortably ahead or about to be comfortably ahead, and it made sense that Mason would come in and get some carries with someone else, and Kyle Shanahan was absolutely not trying to hear it, because he was mashing the gas, attempting to win as many football games as possible. I think coming off of last year, the wear and tread on the tire for all those guys, especially Christian McCaffrey, they were angling to get McCaffrey some rest over the course of games. now the situation has presented itself to where when McCaffrey does come back, it is absolutely important and imperative that they do that. So, yeah, that was going to happen to begin with. It is absolutely going to be the case now when McCaffrey comes back.
Catching up with Rod Brooks, 49er TV analyst. You can follow him on Twitter at Rod Brooks TV. And, of course, Rod, longtime San Francisco Bay Area radio veteran from back in the late 90s. Rod, with Minnesota coming up this week, what do you think is one thing about that matchup the Niners like, and maybe one thing, if anything, that concerns them the most?
Well, the concern is Jordan Jefferson. The concern is the best wide receiver in the league. Now, the Niners, they are better with their secondary. They're deeper. I think with what they have in Nick Sorensen, how they approach games defensively, they're not passive. They're not reactive. They're not waiting for things to happen. We saw on Monday, they make things happen. They make quick adjustments. So they feel confident going into that matchup. They have the personnel. They have the scheme. They got the guys stopping the run up front, putting the pressure on the quarterback. And we saw in the game against the Jets where we didn't see this enough last year, where the rush up front and the coverage, they were married. They were working together. You saw that against the Jets. I believe that will continue against Minnesota and beyond. But again, your number one priority is dealing with Jordan Jefferson. Listen, they have respect for Sam Darnold, but they know what they need to do. They need to make Sam Darnold try to win the football game. Well, how do you do that? You stop Minnesota's run game, and the Niners feel like they are much better at stopping the run this year than they were last year. Again, we saw that a few days ago against the Jets, where they just completely and totally wiped out that run game, and they were fine and okay with that ball being in Aaron Rodgers' hands because they knew they could make him get rid of it quickly, and they had the coverage on the back end. So Jefferson's your problem, but if Sam Darnold has to get the ball to Jordan Jefferson or the rest of those pass catchers, they feel perfectly fine and comfortable with that. The wild card is defense. I don't know. I've been doing some research and stuff, getting ready for the game, getting ready for the shows on Sunday. I don't know how you really get a read on Minnesota's defense, considering they played the Giants. And the Giants are, the Giants are dumpster juice. But they did have 4 sacks. All right. But the Niners feel better about their offensive line. So, one thing you're concerned about is the short week. That's always an issue. But the Niners are feeling extraordinarily confident, and they feel as though off of that one game where you had a training camp and a preseason that was not ideal, became ideal when that first game showed out, and every single body in all 3 phases of the game, every single one of those guys had something to do with that win on Monday night.
Hey, Rod, I was going to ask you about the line of scrimmage, particularly Minnesota's defense against this Niners offensive line. Pro Football Focus coming into the season had the Niners offensive line 24th in the NFL. Is this offensive line better than maybe we even thought going in?
Yeah, because we didn't know that Dominic Puni was going to be a draft, plug, and play type guy. And now for the Niners, and I just think about the run game in particular, how many times did we see last year where the Niners, they couldn't run the ball to the right? Because the right side of the offensive line was, depending on the opponent, the right side of the offensive line was not holding up its end of the bargain. But the Niners were almost forced to run exclusively to the left. Now, you are running behind Trent Williams, so that's okay. But if an opposing defense knows, hey, man, they can't run to the right, it's all going to go to the left, yeah, we're going to have to deal with Big Trent. But we know that we can maybe, we can flow some guys to that side and possibly give us a chance. That's advantage defense. I think as we see this the season progress, with what you have on Puni at that right guard position, they can run right, and they can run right with power, and they can run right with success. And again, we saw that against the Jets on Monday night. So, yeah, no one, you should just give the Niners credit because maybe they saw this, but no one outside of that organization, Dominic Puni being a guy that you draft him, you stick him there at right guard, and that guy is a bell cow for you for the next however many years he's around.
Catching up with Rod Brooks here with the Drive Guys. There are many positive signs, obviously, Rod, and maybe you've touched on this already, but what to you was the most encouraging sign for the 49ers in that Week 1 win?
You know what? I'm going to go, well, I guess this really isn't off the beaten path because he's the special teams player of the week. Hey, man, Jake Moody made 6 field goals.
Yeah.
Jake Moody was responsible for the majority of the points scored by the Niners, and a couple of those field goals were over 50 yards, 53 and 51, if I'm remembering correctly. And what was extremely important those first 2 field goals Jake Moody made really, really big because the Niners offense game didn't get going here. I'm looking at my notes until the Niners' 4th drive in the first half. Now, once that run game got going, once they mashed the gas, bam, it was over with. But Jake Moody, who were the tone setters in that game? It was Fred Warner, Malik Collins stopping the run. Bosa was in there doing this thing. Jake Moody does not hit those field goals. So if the game would be different, it would have been a whole lot tighter than it was. So to me, the big thing, and obviously he's going to have to make a game-winning kick or 3 before people really get off Jake Moody's, get off his bumper, or if they really get behind him. And he's going to have to make a big kick or 3 in the playoffs coming up this year. But for me, hey man, Jake Moody after that season, nailing those field goals. Well, at least 5 of them. One of them had the doink. But Jake Moody, with those 6 field goals, there's a lot to feel good about. Start with Mason. Purdy looks better. The offensive line is better. The run defense is better. The Niners are deeper on both sides of the ball. All that's great. But if you don't give Jake Moody some love, come on, man. You got to get a kick or something when you go 6 for 6.
6 for 6. Yeah, no doubt about it, Rod. Yeah, no doubt about it. You mentioned it. Special teams player of the week. I want to focus on the defense and give them some love. I thought outside of that, first quarter touchdown drive that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets had, the defense played phenomenal. What did you see defensively? And I maintain too, Rod, if I can make a second point, the Niners, sure, they have the talent, but they play with a certain type of force that I don't think a lot of teams can get to that level. When Fred Warner comes out the way he did, this is a tough team to beat.
Hey, listen, on both sides of the ball for the Jets, I don't say guys quit unless I know it for sure, but I know when I don't see a whole lot of want to out there, and I didn't see a lot of want to out there for guys wanting to tackle Mason. I didn't see a lot of want to out there, guys wanting to deal with Deebo, and I didn't see a lot of want to out there, guys wanting to deal with Fred Warner and the rest of them cats flowing from sideline to sideline. I want to go get back to what you mentioned, where with the exception of that one Jets drive, it was basically lights out for that offense. And again, at the beginning of the game, the Niners weren't necessarily in that flow. They were stopping the run off the rip. But in the Jets, what was the second drive? 3 consecutive third down conversions, all to Garrett Wilson. Here's the difference between last year and this year. And this is not to speak ill of Steve Wilks, but I do think we need to talk about it, compare, and contrast. How many times last year did you see the Niners trying to keep everything in front of them, playing passively and trying to react to what's happening? And then adjustments would not be made until times it was too late. Well, you didn't see that on Monday with a Nick Sorensen defense. After that Jets drive, where they scored the touchdown, those 3 consecutive third down conversions to Garrett Wilson, that's when the Niners made the adjustment. The coverage married up with the rush, and the Niners then started to be aggressive, and they were aggressive for the rest of the season. So to me, from just a coaching or a scheme standpoint, adjustments are going to be made quickly. And this is a Niner team that is not going to sit back and allow a team to dictate what they want to do defensively. They want to get back to what they had with Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, which is we'll do the whole boxing thing, which we try and feel each other out first. But once we do that, we're going to be the ones that dictate the tempo, and we're going to dictate to you, the offense, what you think you should do. You don't get to dictate that to us. And I think that's why you saw Fred Warner from the jump. Because remember, you didn't see that at the beginning of the season last year, where he's flying sideline to sideline, and he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. This is how he likes to play. This is how the Niners defense likes to play. And to do that from the jump, they feel like, okay, now they feel like they're in midseason mode now.
Right.
One game.
Gotcha, Rod. We appreciate it, and apologies if we got you into any difficulties with your coworkers.
Right.
But it's nothing you can't work out with Bonte, right? Drapes?
Yeah. Bonte is a very reasonable person. It's Festus you got to worry about.
Yeah, Festus. His trash talk. Yeah, you're right.
Thanks, Rod. We'll talk to you next week. We appreciate it.
Looking forward to it, fellas.
All right. Rod Brooks, again, follow him on Twitter at Rod Brooks TV and watch him pregame, postgame on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah.
The game's not on there, but you can still watch the pre and post.
Yeah, they do a great job over there. And Dante, the Hitman Hittner,
Your buddy.
Whitner, yeah, he's on there. Maybe
I'm forecasting greatness for him.
maybe the sharpest dressed dude on the set over there. So, no, they do a great job down there.
When we come back, NBA's new replay wrinkle. It's clunky. We talked about it yesterday, but you know what? It's a good idea. Tell you why when we come back to Sactown Sports.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
I've always believed that golf is more than just a game. It embodies integrity, commitment, and a sense of style. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa, and I'd like to tell you a bit about Naturewood Home Furnishings, a business that shares these same values. With the Procore Championship Professional Golf Tournament happening at the stunning Silverado Resort in Napa, I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Just like the game of golf, Naturewood has built its reputation on integrity, commitment, and timeless style. Looking to bring a unique style into your home? Naturewood offers custom certified designers who can help you craft the perfect look tailored just for you. And while you're enjoying the elegance of the tournament this week, along with Napa's world-class wine and food, be sure to visit Naturewood Home Furnishings. You'll discover pieces with the same sophistication and quality as the game itself. Who knows? You might even find an heirloom that will be passed down for generations. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Just look for the water wheel.
It's not hard to be a mom. It's hard to be a good mom. It's easy to be a bad mom. That's so easy. But to be a good mom is hard. To be a bad mom, that's as easy as being a great dad. That's...
Nikki Glazer, Alive and Unwell Tour. Friday, September 20th. The venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. She's alive and unwell. Don't miss Nikki Glazer.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, you gotta see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia. You can always count on low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom. I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, home runs have been a big story for the A's as they hit 16 on the recent road trip, and they picked it up back at home on Labor Day with 2 by Shea Langoliers, including a walk-off, giving him 25 for the year, including 24 while catching. In the long history of the A's franchise, only Terry Steinbach hit more while behind the plate. He hit 34 back in '96.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rate supply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede. September 14th, 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com. In the chateau now, somebody says here, I think Ward suggests we need Compio behind Drapes during a Kings game that he's broadcasting. Campio says, all my attention will be directed at my favorite Kings broadcaster, Katie. So it's getting completely out of hand.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, a little creepy, frankly.
Yeah, that is kind of creepy, right? I can just imagine the game's going on, action going back and forth, and Campio and his bug eyes just staring at Katie.
That's all right.
Got to call security on that dude. He'd be stalking her. We don't want that, Campio. It'll happen, big fella. Maybe I'll see you on a golf course somewhere.
Challenge match.
I need to know, like, is Campio still in his prime, or is he like Al Bundy? Like, when I was your age, I scored 4 touchdowns like, is he still smacking it and shooting 72, 73? Or is
don't know.
That's
I'll bet he's pretty good, but I don't know. You can tell the way people talk, and I get the sense he's a decent player.
I talk good. I talk a good game.
Yeah, but you overdo it to the point where that guy obviously he's overcompensating. He's really struggling with his game.
Yeah, you're right. You got me. Yeah, that's 100% true.
I don't know. What's your handicap right now?
I don't know, man. It's not a number. It's a symbol. It's like that little swirly symbol, whatever. That infinity. Yeah. I don't even keep a handicap. I'm so bad.
You're just inconsistent, huh?
Very inconsistent.
Yeah. Like you have some great days and then days when it's like,
I play with guys and they're like, dude, you're not a 17 handicap. And I'm like, trust me. I am like, it's pretty bad sometimes.
Yeah. Consistency.
You know what it is too, Whitey, real quick? Golf should be 12 holes. No, seriously. 18 holes is too many. Who got time for 18 holes?
Mm-hmm.
Who's physically in condition to play 18 holes when it's 100 degrees outside in Northern California? 12 is about my limit. After 12, I'm like, all right.
You need to be hanging out at those executive courses and play
Right,
9.
Yeah.
Play 9, call it a day.
Yeah. I never played 18 until I moved out here. On the East Coast, we don't play 18 that much.
Really?
Yeah.
That's stunning.
No, dude, we got family responsibilities.
We have families out here too, believe it or not.
Yeah, but for some reason it's ingrained. And more women, I feel like, play out here than back east too.
That I wouldn't know.
Like it's more people are into golf out here, I guess, because of the weather.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was in Boston and Philly, like
people don't play 18 holes back there.
It's people are usually like, let me get in a quick 9 after work. Or on weekends, you got kids' basketball games. You got daughters' track and field meet. Like, there's always something going on. Like 5 hours on the East Coast.
You're my guy, but I'm not buying it.
No, I'm 100% buying it. All right, I'm going to get my guys to call up the show because it's crazy, man. 5 hours on the East Coast is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's more laid back here. Chill, take your time. We're in no rush. Out East?
Wow.
5 hours? What? Who got 5 hours to do anything?
Golfers.
I give you two max. That's how it is, bro.
All right. Real quick here. We touched on this yesterday, the NBA's new instant replay rule. I think this is a good rule, Drapes. I think it's about time they did this. A lot of people don't like it already, but I think it's a good rule. Bottom line, a coach's challenge for a review of an out-of-bounds call can now result in a previously missed or uncalled foul being assessed. That sounds horrible. But I understand now what they're doing. I remember a game years ago, about the first year they had replay or so, Warriors are playing the Clippers, and there's a ball that goes out of bounds off of a Warrior.
Yeah.
They call it a Clipper ball. And there's a challenge. So they go back and review it, and they see that, the ball actually went off Darren Collison's hand, but he was fouled.
But they can't.
That's why it went off. But by rule, you got to go, yeah, that's off him. Now you can go, yes, that was off him, but he was fouled.
So you can sort of retroactively look at the tape and call it foul.
You can look at the out of bounds and take into account the fact that the guy might have been fouled.
Right.
I think something like this happened last year with Kyrie Irving and let's see, Jaden McDaniels. Yeah. And so ball went out of bounds off McDaniels, but Kyrie had grabbed his arm or his hand. So they look at it and go, okay, yeah, the call was wrong, but the ball stays going the way we had it going because of the foul. So I think it's good.
I'm trying to figure out the instances. So remember when LeBron was playing the Celtics and he got hacked on the arm, Tatum whacked him across the arm. I think the ball went out of bounds. They said Celtics ball. Like and are you saying the coach can challenge like the out of bounds call and therefore they can look at the foul and say, no, yes, it may be out of bounds, but the guy was fouled.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I don't know if I like that, Whitey, and here's why. This is, my stance on replay and challenges, and I get it. But it takes the human element out. Case in point, and this is a little different than what we were just talking about. But one of the things that bothers the hell out of me during basketball games is when a guy knocks the ball out of bounds. First quarter, they don't review it. Second quarter. Then in the fourth quarter, they review it. And because it's super slow-mo, it's like off the fingertips of the offensive player. Well, it was the same in the first, second, and third, but because it's not reviewed in super slow mode, I just feel like the human element is being taken out of it. And I believe this will slow the game down.
So that may. So you're saying this, you're talking about an existential replay deal,
right?
Which is certainly a valid question. You're saying get rid of replay?
No, I'm saying it's going too far. I'm saying instead of, putting in more rules and challenges to have more replays, maybe we should pull it back a little bit. Because here's the problem with replay, and we see it sitting at home. And this is the problem all sports really have. If the viewer at home is getting 20 replays, like growing up in the 70s and 80s, we didn't see 8,000 replays of something. I feel like it's almost ruining the experience, because what winds up happening is the next day, we're not talking about the 40-point so-and-so score. We're not talking about the great layup. We're talking about, man, the officials missed these calls and it's because of replay. I know I'm sounding like, get off my lawn and everything like that, but it's going too far.
Yeah, if I had my druthers, Steve Kerr told me this one time. He said, I'd get rid of replay.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that, but that's never going to happen. Therefore, we're going to have to live with it. As flawed as it is. The thing that's so frustrating is the reason they put replay in is so you can get the most obvious missed calls right. And sometimes they still aren't able to do that.
Right.
Which is just, I'm bum fuzzy.
Ooh, you know what? I was going to work Cattywampus in with Rod Brooks, but he took too long. Like his monologue went 20 minutes. That's when I raised my hand. I was going to do one more. Then I'm like, it's 2:45. This guy's still talking. I can't do it anymore. So I got to
work
it
in with
our boy Reggie Theus.
Reggie Theus coming up 5:30. When's the last time a player came to the Kings because of their winning culture? What? We look at that next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced stage. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2. What was I thinking? And he's bringing some friends. Carmelie. I want to close your eyes for this. Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
A new Honda?
Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue.
StocktonHonda.com. You did it, Boston. The Celtics are NBA champions. It's time to come together and celebrate in style. Go to NBAstore.com right now to get all your championship gear. The official locker room collection with t-shirts for the whole crew. The official locker room hat and everything you need to celebrate the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy. Celtics fans, it's your time, so get your gear. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Tape it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sactown Sports. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
I don't know if you've ever heard this phrase before. Probably not, because I just made it up. AI don't lie. So Drapes had just went to AI and asked, do people play 9 holes back east? All right, that's what you were saying? Yeah. So
of course they play 9 holes.
No, people don't only play 9 holes in the east. Says AI. Playing 9 holes is popular across the United States and other parts of the world for various reasons. Many golfers enjoy 9-hole rounds because they fit better in their busy schedules. In fact, 26% of golf courses in the U.S. are 9-hole courses. This trend is not limited to any specific region, but is widespread, according to AI. You said back east they play 9 holes more than they play here.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Or how about, like they play 9 holes here and out east, but I'm telling you, it's people don't play 18 as much as they do out here. Like I've played 18. I only play 9 when I'm by myself. I never meet a group of guys and like, hey, let's play 9 holes. Usually it's 18. Back east, it's always, hey, let's go out for 9. That. Yes, I'm telling you. I'm gonna text my guy right now, one of my guys, and he's going to weigh in on this because he's a guy I golf with. You know, it's just different, man. And I'm not even going to tell him which side of the fence I stand on. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to corrupt him or make any kind of bias. Like,
what's his name?
Eric. My guy, Eric. Yeah, I'm going to text him right now.
But
Eric.
you play 9 holes with him a lot back east?
Yeah, all the time. Okay. All the time.
Have you ever heard that? Ever heard that, Jay?
No, but you know, golf is a hobby. So I believe what Drapes is talking about. You might be spot on, Drapes. Hobbies are when you have time. You know, you make time for your hobby.
It's not a sport then?
No, far from
No, I just texted Eric. Said, hey, man, you got time to come on my radio show to settle something. Mm-hmm. And if he proves me wrong, I'm wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. You know, but I don't think I'm wrong on this.
Maybe you're not. I had never heard that before.
Yeah, man.
So good to learn new things.
Yeah.
I guess DeMar DeRozan learned some new things about Sacramento. He did an interview with Sam Amick in The Athletic and talked about coming here and said, it took me a minute to consider Sacramento. But listen to this. This is DeMar DeRozan. I'm excited just for the opportunity of feeling like I could be the missing piece that they needed. Me just being a fan of the game, I pay attention to everything that comes about in our league. You see the excitement that they had 2 years ago. You see the fan base. You see the winning culture that they were fighting towards. When's the last time a big name NBA free agent came to Sacramento because of the winning culture they were fighting towards? I don't believe it's ever happened.
The word culture?
Yeah.
And Kings in the same sense?
Right.
Come on, man. Come on now. I'll tell you a quick story. You know, I got the job here in Sacramento. I'm leaving Boston, and somebody said to me, good luck. Basically, that the Kings were the laughing stock of the league. And now, 3-4 short years later, shout out to my guy, Mike Brown, Monty McNair, Wes, Domas, Fox, everybody. They have changed the culture and the narrative regarding the Sacramento Kings. And to your point, it's not just a role player that's saying it. It's DeMar DeRozan, future Hall of Famer. It's Podcast P, Paul George. You know, we got something going on here in Sac. And so it's a movement here in Sacramento. Sure. And so, you know, and this is how things build. Let's call it what it is. Like, I look at a team like Milwaukee, you know, proud franchise, long history, that kind of thing. But in Milwaukee, until they got Giannis, no free agents were going there. Nobody was clamoring to go to play for the Milwaukee Bucks. But the culture changed, the narrative changed. Same thing with Sacramento. You get Malik coming here. Now you get DeMar. And now we're actually players in the free agent and trade market. And now, because of the beam, because of the crowd, because of the culture, because of the organization, players actually want to come to Sacramento. It's huge. It's huge.
DeMar DeRozan said anything related to winning. When you see it from the outside, it lets you know as a competitor and as a winner that it's something you want to be a part of. Even when they had the theme of lighting the beam, it just shows you how connected they were to the fans. The organization was connected with the players in a sense of doing everything we possibly can to compete at the highest level to win.
Yes.
Can this be real?
Yes, it is, dude. You need to frame that, put it up on the door or something. Like, that's like Pavlov's dog. Like, that's chum in the water for us Kings fans. Like, because here's a guy that hasn't even played a single second in Sacramento that's hyping up the fans, the organization, the atmosphere, the culture. And if he knows it, other people around the league can see it as well.
Your guy's on the phone.
Yes.
If you want to talk to him.
My guy, Eric Toomas. Hey, Eric. Hey, man.
Hello, Eric.
He's from he's a Drapes guy. He's a Drapes guy. I know you're from Bedford, Mass. That's where you live, but you're out in what? Beverly Hills right now somewhere? Newport Beach?
Downtown LA.
Hey, downtown LA is popping now, though. They got some spots down there, man. Next time you're out there, let me know. All right, so here's what we were saying.
Sparks game last night.
Oh, did you really? They lost that game. Yeah. They lost. They got handled. Connecticut Sun got it. Yeah. I watched part of that. All right, you got to settle this. We're talking about golf, and I'm gonna let my co-host say.
Yeah, I'll just say
because I don't want to say anything.
Drape said something that I'd never heard of, and I said, "Oh, I don't think that's true." And he says, "No, it is true." And so, the bottom line is, he says that back east, people play 9 holes a lot more than they do out here. He says back there, people don't, and correct me if I misspeak.
Yeah,
he says people don't play 18 that often, and out here they play 18 all the time. And I'd never heard that before, Eric. So that's why he called you. He wanted you to confirm what he said.
Or deny that. You tell me.
True story.
Yeah.
Right? We always used to get out for 9, right? Like 18 is a special occasion.
It is. You know, you're away from the family. You're gone 5-6 hours. 9, you could poke out of work, play a quick hour and a half, be done, do it again the next day.
Well, why don't we do that out here? You've been out here a while.
Because y'all don't care about family and kids and stuff like we did back east. Tell them, Eric.
Exactly. No, I'll be honest. I thought you were going to ask me about Kyle's handicap.
Oh, snap.
We were just talking about that, and he wouldn't actually give a number. So I don't know where that is. What can you tell us about that?
I don't know, because he got new custom clubs about a year ago, so I'm sure it's dropped.
Yeah, your boy is striping it.
Dropped from what? How high was it?
25 to about 22 right now or something like that. But, Eric, you know how it is. One of the things that, my co-host said is like, 1 minute I could look like, damn, this dude's a decent player. And the next minute it's like, I've never picked up a club. That's the beauty of golf. Like, you never – it's like a pack of Skittles. You never know which color you're going to pull out. Seriously.
That's why I enjoyed playing with you. We're both the same level, and our kids would beat us. So
that's true. That's true. Hey, man, next time you in LA, bring the sticks. I'll fly down. We'll get some golf in down there.
All right, sounds good. Take care.
Thank you, Eric.
See?
Yeah. So it sounds to me from what he said, like back east, at least when you guys play, you can't play 18 because you're losing too many balls.
Nah, don't try to spin it. Don't try to spin it.
Hole, like, I'm out of Kirkland's.
We're both at a point now where
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, but seriously, I don't know what it is. And so when I moved out here, I was shocked that everybody wanted to play 18. Like I was like physically, my stamina wasn't up for it. So that's why 12 holes, 13 holes, I'm good. But after that, I fall off the table.
That's why when you played Mike Bibby, you had to leave after 14 or whatever?
Yeah. And I was kicking his butt, mind you. But yeah, it's crazy. Everybody plays 18 out here, it seems like.
Huh. Thank you.
All right. So I don't make things up, man.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. When we come back, does Mike Brown belong on this ESPN list? Next, Reggie Theus joining us today, too. It's a Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence design test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Advanced Infusion Center, where wellness meets vitality. Unlock your full potential with our customized Liquid Vita vitamin IV drips tailored to fit your unique lifestyle. Whether you're an athlete aiming for peak performance or travel often and looking to stay healthy, we have an IV just for you. At Advanced Infusion Center, we understand that wellness isn't just one size fits all. That's why our expert team is here to personalize your infusion experience. Ready to elevate your wellness journey? Call Advanced Infusion Center today or visit us at advancedinfusion.com.
It's the home opener for Sacramento State Hornets this Saturday, 6 p.m. kickoff versus Nichols. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com. All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's number one poker room, and guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino's giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best app with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you heard you can look?
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Compio's at his best today in the Chateau.
He's on fire.
Yeah.
He's on fire.
As Drapes said, Compio always seems like he knows everybody or knew everybody.
He always got something. Right?
So Drapes just had his buddy Eric call because they were talking about playing golf back east. Compio says, what's this guy's name? He's from New Bedford. I think I know.
Like, come on, man. He's like, ask him if he knows. Hold on, wait. Ask him if he knows any Sunnis or in Carver. I'm gonna text him that right now. I'm gonna do that right now. And if he says, "Oh yeah, I do know him," so I'm texting my guy right now.
Interesting comment also from BW. Interesting how 18 holes is 5 or 6 hours, but 9 is played in an hour and a half. How is that, Drapes?
That is interesting, right? It doesn't add up. Well, you got the turn, people stopping to get some food at the turn and everything. And the worst is playing on Saturday or Sunday.
Oh, I
can't do it. I can't do it.
Unless you're out there really early.
Right.
Even then.
I usually play 9 at around in between 6:30 and 7. I'll go out and I'm done in like an hour and 15 minutes.
Morning or evening?
Morning.
Because, in the evening, sometimes you can get the sundown.
Yeah. That's a good time also. It's just been too hot though, but now with the weather cooler, you get out at like 5 or something like that. That's a good time.
Yeah. You ever been to Marine World or Six Flags Marine World in Vallejo?
No, I haven't.
That amusement park. It used to be a golf course.
Oh yeah.
Lake Chabot. Yeah. And when I was first learned to play, I'd play there and it's cheaper. You play like after 6 o'clock, whatever, in the summer, and it was great. It's just sometimes, you'd hit into a green and they were watering it, but that's okay.
Right.
All right. 2-putt. We're good.
Right. Exactly. And how about this out here? Like, it doesn't snow in Sac, but yet when I golf with people here in Sac, they have something called winter rules.
Oh, yeah.
But the weather ain't that bad.
Well, it gets pretty muddy. That's
it gets
that's
wet.
like lift, clean in place and all that stuff.
All right. That's something I never, we don't do that back.
Really?
Winter rules.
Because you don't play in the winter, right?
Right, exactly. Come October or mid-October, we're pretty much done till April. So,
yeah, I think that's the key part of the lift of the winter rules, and I could be wrong. Lift, clean in place. Like a ball's covered with mud. All right, winter rules. You're allowed.
How about 2-putt maximum on punched greens or something like that too?
I'm for it. Because otherwise, I know it's taking me at least 4.
Right. This is awesome, man. That's great. All right, I'm texting my guy though. He'll get back to me here in a second about Compio.
Okay. And if Compio's just playing that, if just like he's doing a bit, that's well done.
Yeah, that would be good, right?
We touched on this yesterday, but I want to follow up here. ESPN, they asked their insiders, who are the NBA coaches and executives with the most to prove this season? Here's a list they have. Tell me if you agree or disagree.
Yeah.
Chicago Bulls, Billy Donovan.
Yes.
And Arturas Karnisovas. Yeah, definitely. Although it sounds like they're kind of going the other way now, right? Kind of maybe semi-tanking.
Yeah, I don't know. Is getting Josh Giddey a tank? Not trading Vucevic a tank? I don't know. They aren't bottoming out like Brooklyn is.
Kenny Atkinson, coach, Cleveland Cavaliers. You got to give him a little time.
Yeah, ain't this his first season?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Denver Nuggets, Calvin Booth, general manager. It's not his fault. They just don't want to spend money.
Yeah, that's he's hamstrung by the owner, right?
Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr., general manager. Give you a chance to
I got to
take a few whacks at Steve Kerr.
Yeah. I don't know if they have anything to prove. I don't even know if they're on the hot seat. I would say Dunleavy may have more to prove than Steve Kerr.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, because he swung and missed. Paul George, for instance, they talk about trying to surround Steph, and they just haven't done it. And I look at a guy like Steve Kerr, whose legacy really is secure. Whitey, the guy coached 4 championship teams with Golden State, but he went from being the Popovich, the Riley, the Phil Jackson to maybe just a step below those guys. I thought his reputation did take a hit these last couple of years.
Yeah, what they say about him is Kerr and the Warriors have been searching for a winning recipe since their 2022 title, attempting to thread the needle between relying on their veteran core while incorporating younger talent. To me, when people look back on the Warrior quote-unquote dynasty, that 2022 title is going to be the one that's going to stand out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, that was the one.
How did they win that one?
Right, that was the one. No Kevin Durant. You're trailing the Boston Celtics.
Wiggins turns into the guy everyone dreamed he would be for a few weeks.
Yeah, Wiggins all of a sudden, turns into Superman, a lockdown defender. That's the one. And I think, too, that's the one that sort of put Steph Curry, moved him up.
Absolutely.
He was an all-time great, but people are like, well, he hadn't won no finals MVP.
Right. And he can't take a team and put him on his back, and he actually did in that.
Had to get Kevin Durant to join him and everything like that. And you're 100% right. That one against the Celtics sort of cemented the dynasty and the legacy of those guys.
think if you listen closely, they might even have said it. Kerr and Bob Myers, they were surprised they won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And quiet as it's kept, and I've said it before, but I was actually at the time pulling for the Warriors because I was still fresh off of leaving Boston. I was still salty that all of a sudden they want to be good and go to the finals. I was being a hater, I admit it. And so I was pulling for the Warriors. But now, I'm totally anti-Warriors, obviously. But no, you're right, man. That Celtics team, that loss actually propelled them to make the changes that they made. The Marcus Smart, going out there and getting Porzingis, that sort of motivated Tatum and Jaylen Brown, I thought.
Yeah, they probably should have won that series, Boston.
I think so.
Yeah.
They were a better team, right?
Weren't they close to taking a 3-1 lead?
Yes,
back there.
It was that when Steph went off?
Yeah.
He got and that gave them some new life, tied it up at 2, and the rest is history. And remember, if I'm correct, Draymond was almost unplayable at times.
Yeah,
during
and the Boston crowd apparently got to him.
Right.
They benched him.
Yeah, exactly. And so how different does Draymond's career look now without, a 4 titles instead of just 3? So it's, no doubt.
Also on the ESPN Insiders list, the coaches, GMs with the most improved: Ty Lue.
Let me stop you there.
And Lawrence Frank.
No on Ty Lue. Ty Lue doesn't have the roster to prove anything. Like if the Clippers fail and struggle, nobody's going to look at Ty Lue and be like, he came up short. It's like, nah, the front office, the ownership sold Ty Lue out. And so I disagree with that.
Yeah, what it says here is that he signed a 5-year contract. He's still looking to prove that he can lead the Clippers to a successful season despite losing Paul George in free agency. Well, how can you expect him to do that?
Yeah, exactly. He's still, that doesn't make sense.
I'll agree with this one. JJ Redick, Rob Pelinka, Lakers.
Yeah, I think so. I think JJ, obviously, first-year head coach, first chance around. And look at what's happened recently with first-year head coach Adrian Griffin. Bounced out. Darvin Ham, second year, basically, he survives. Bounced out. And so, the Lakers say this is going to be different. Like, Redick's going to get a longer leash, but this could be a laughing stock of a hire for the Lakers if Redick turns out to be a bum.
And they're committed to him for a few years, right? They can't afford to admit they made a mistake, if in fact they did.
Right.
Memphis Grizzlies, Taylor Jenkins, Milwaukee Bucks, Doc Rivers, and their GM, John Horst. David Griffin, Pelicans. I'd say definitely him.
David Griffin?
Yeah.
Yeah, in what way, though? What do you think? Why him for sure?
You got to figure out what the problem is and what you're going to do about Brandon Ingram. Is he the problem? What are you going to do about it? If he's not, then how do you get this team to improve? They hit that level a few years ago. It's like, wow, they're ahead of schedule.
Right.
Now they're not ahead of schedule anymore.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, though. When you look at the Pelicans, do you like that roster?
It seems a little clunky, and it'll be interesting to see how Murray fits in. That's the whole key to David Griffin. If that works, like, wow, you did it.
Right, you did it. Right, exactly. And, they still got a center issue that they have to deal with, but I like, on paper, I like the roster. But for some reason, it just hasn't, to your point, turned into success in the postseason.
Mike Budenholzer, Phoenix Suns. Again, he just got there.
Damn, he already got some.
He just got there, and the roster's kind of a top-heavy mess.
Yeah.
And he's won a championship. What's he supposed to prove?
Right.
And then the last one on the list, I know we touched on this yesterday, Mike Brown, Sacramento Kings.
What did they say about that?
The Kings are looking to crack into the serious title conversations, something that looked possible 2 seasons ago. But last year, the Kings failed to make serious progress and got bumped out of the postseason. This season, Brown and the Kings have to improve by sizable margins. The goal is not just to make it back into the playoffs, but to make it past the first round for the first time since 2004.
Yeah, we talked about this. I don't know if Mike Brown has anything to prove, really. Like, does Monty even? I don't even know if Monty has any. Like, this was a brilliant offseason. The fact that the Kings won 46 games last year, hell of a job, I thought, by Mike Brown. Kept it together. It didn't go off the rails. And they were only 2 games shy of 2 years ago pace. I don't think he has anything to prove.
I would say it's on the whole organization, not just Mike Brown or Monty or De'Aaron Fox, because we all know 2 years ago, wow, they did it. They made the playoffs. Last year was disappointing. Well, now, as an organization, you got DeMar DeRozan. Are you, as an organization, going to establish yourself, as a legitimate NBA team? Or are you going to backslide again back to what the Kings have traditionally been known for? I like their chances, but they have to prove they can do it.
What if I was to submit to you, throw to you this? De'Aaron Fox has something to prove. Not necessarily Mike Brown or Domas or Monty McNair. Like, De'Aaron Fox should have been an all-star, but wasn't an all-star. We know how the guard landscape looks in the NBA. Like, De'Aaron Fox has to go out there and prove he's a top 5, top 7 point guard in the NBA.
I think we've said it before. I agree with you. And it's not fair in a way because he's played so well.
He's been great.
But you've been great, but you have to be better for this team.
Better. Yeah.
Not fair. Okay, but that's where it is.
Well, and here's the thing, Whitey, and you know this. When you look at historically teams that go far in the playoffs, teams that win championships, they have a guy. Like, and I'm talking a top 10 player in the league kind of guy. De'Aaron Fox has that talent. He's played extremely well, especially these last couple of years. But to your point, if they're going to go deep, he has to be great. And so I do think, and if I'm him, not making All-Star, not making All-NBA, there's a problem with that. And I'm taking that personal if I'm him.
I think he was hurt last year, too. I still think.
You still think that, huh?
Yeah. Don't you think maybe?
Yeah, he's always dealing with something, though. He's
That's
always
basketball, I know.
Right. You
were probably hurt a lot last year, too.
Yeah, I'm hurt right now, bro. Working out with my boy Lim over at Game Fit.
What's
I'm
barking
struggling.
the most?
My knees. Yeah, the knees again. But I feel good, actually. I feel, real quick, I'll tell you about it. And I was texting Jay about this and telling some other people. I was excited to go to this workout, but when I was actually doing it, I was thinking, damn, Kyle, what the hell you get yourself into? Like, I was ready to tap out. No mas, Roberto Duran. But Lim was like, nope, you're not leaving. He kept pushing me. And then you get through it and you're like, damn, I'm glad I stuck it out. I'm in pain right now, but I'm glad I stuck it out.
When we come back, speaking of in pain, Christian McCaffrey on his mindset as it concerns this week's game next on Sactown Sports.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've always believed that golf is more than just a game. It embodies integrity, commitment, and a sense of style. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa, and I'd like to tell you a bit about Naturewood Home Furnishings, a business that shares these same values. With the Procore Championship Professional Golf Tournament happening at the stunning Silverado Resort in Napa, I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Just like the game of golf, Naturewood has built its reputation on integrity, commitment, and timeless style. Looking to bring a unique style into your home? Naturewood offers custom certified designers who can help you craft the perfect look tailored just for you. And while you're enjoying the elegance of the tournament this week, along with Napa's world-class wine and food, be sure to visit Naturewood Home Furnishings. You'll discover pieces with the same sophistication and quality as the game itself. Who knows? You might even find an heirloom that will be passed down for generations. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Just look for the water wheel.
Have you heard you can listen to your favorite news podcast ad-free? Good news! With Amazon Music, you have access to the largest catalog of ad-free top podcasts included with your Prime membership. Enjoy shows like The Daily, Up First, and Consider This, available ad-free on Amazon Music. To start listening, download the Amazon Music app for free or go to amazon.com/ad-free. That's amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb. All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The TaylorMade Tour Van is a one-stop shop for PGA Tour players to get their clubs to exact specifications. And now you can get the same experience at Hagen Oaks when the TaylorMade Tour Van brings their fitting skills to you. On September 20th and 21st, you can be fitted at Hagen Oaks and have your clubs built by the TaylorMade Tour Van. A $25 fitting fee is refundable with any club purchase. Whether you're interested in the QI-10 or P770, call 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 to reserve your spot.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
What'd you think of Brandon Ayuk's game Monday night? Brandon Ayuk told reporters he did not want to look at the game film.
Ayuk, he's a little rusty, Pate.
He said, I was a little bit scared to watch it.
Yeah, he wasn't good, right? I mean, I wouldn't even say average. You know, that was a below average game for Brandon Ayuk. I'd probably give him a D+, something like that.
I know we got some comments from Christian McCaffrey to get to, but speaking of passing in the NFL, from ABC News, from rookies struggling in their first career starts to highly paid quarterbacks not living up to their contracts, the passing in week one of the NFL season looked to be from a different era. More than half the starting quarterbacks in the league failed to reach 200 yards passing. Teams averaged 188.3 net yards passing per game, the fewest in any week since week 15 in 2007. What's going on?
Better defenses, worse quarterbacks. What can we point to as the struggles in week one?
If I had to point to something, I'd say the quarterbacks right now, for a lot of different reasons, just aren't quite as good as they were.
Yeah, you might be right.
You got Mahomes, great. You got Lamar's great, but even he's not known as a great passer. He had a good passing game, numbers-wise. Aaron Rodgers isn't what he used to be. Then you got a lot of guys that guy might be really good someday, but he's not right now.
How about this, Whitey? Let me look at it this way too. Are offensive coordinators and coaches asking their quarterbacks to do too much?
Or are they asking them to do less and run the ball more? I don't know.
Like, yeah, I see what you mean. Like from a quarterback standpoint, you know, are you a running quarterback or not? But I maintain too, back in the old days, you used to rely on the run a lot more. You know, I had a conference call with a college football coach. I'm doing a game on Saturday, and he said, of course, we just want to be able to run the ball first. And I don't think that's the thought process in the NFL as much anymore. And so the fact that a guy like Bo Nix in his first start is slinging it 42 to 45 times a game as a rookie, that's putting too much on his plate, I feel like.
Yep. There were 17 starting quarterbacks who threw for fewer than 200 yards for the second time since the start of the 2011 season. The three rookie quarterbacks combined for only 415 yards passing. That's three guys combined. And Jane Daniels had 184 of those. Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, both were held well below their usual numbers. Daniel Jones, 186, no touches and 2 interceptions. Deshaun Watson, 165 on 49 attempts.
Yeah, he was pretty bad. And, you know, some people are weighing in on YouTube, Sactown Sports 1140. Manny Campio, says NFL defenses are extremely fast at all positions. That's true. Like, the defenses are just better. You know, these guys are athletes. Maple Noob says, could the struggles in week one be because the teams barely play much together in the preseason?
Probably. Now? That makes a ton of sense.
I would argue, that the defense is probably ahead of the offense at this point.
And if you watch, there were a lot of rusty offenses.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Even the 49ers took them a while to get going. Their first couple series were
like Aaron Rodgers didn't play a snap during the preseason. You know, he didn't play during the preseason. And now his first actual live action, you know, no coincidence that he doesn't look sharp or guys don't look as sharp. And Look at all the holdouts, all the contract, with the wide receivers over the years. Talk about the Bengals offense, Jamar Chase, his situation, T. Higgins banged up, like a lot of factors there. Like the Bengals should be a pretty good offense, but they 16-10 they lost. I think it was to New England.
Did you see all the video of Joe Burrow on the sideline flexing his wrist, and even in the huddle, he's flexing his wrist?
I saw that. So he's still dealing with something, huh?
Yeah,
it looks like.
Yeah, the way the game has become so pass happy, defenses have adapted to that. So you've got linebackers that are great or better than they used to be in coverage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that gives you opportunities to run because
Well, we saw it.
Yeah.
We saw it with the Niners the other day.
Yeah, and look at what the Lions did to the Rams in overtime.
Yeah.
We're just going to run the ball every down.
So might there be a return to the ground game?
Maybe.
Running backs may become important
Obviously,
again.
Combo platter, those are all very good reasons. But something's going on. At least in week one.
Yeah, week one.
But I still think the quarterbacks right now, I think this isn't close to one of the better crops of quarterbacks we've had in a long time.
Yeah. There's some, well, here's the thing too. Like you got a guy like, and I'm cool, this is my guy, Jacoby Brissett, journeyman.
Right.
Even Geno Smith flamed out with the Jets. You look at whatever, they're doing in Oakland with Gardner Minshew. Like the level of quarterback play it seems to be declining.
Baker Mayfield's a stud.
All of a sudden, this guy flamed out in Cleveland, but he's a stud now. And so we need to go, and I know, we've looked at quarterback tiers. Realistically, how many good quarterbacks are in the league? Like, I still think my guy Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, but even he's regressed some, it seems like. Like he's teetering on that, you know what? You might not be good anymore, bro. Like he has something to prove. And so, and I had him in the top 10. If I was to redo it based off of week one, he's regressed somewhat.
Yeah, I think Purdy now, he's easily, top 3?
No, still not there.
Top 2?
Nah. Maybe number 10. He might have moved up 1.
For you to have him 10, that's like me or Jay having him number 1 all time. Here's Christian McCaffrey's comment on Play On This Week. We know Ian Rappaport said, it's a long shot. Here's here's what Ian Rappaport said. Oh, do we have Christian McCaffrey? I'm sorry. Here's Christian McCaffrey's comments.
That's how I am every week. I'm not lying. I think as soon as a player says, maybe I'll play, maybe I won't, that's not a good mentality to go into a week with, when you're kind of on the fence. So for me, I'm ready to go.
Is artificial turf any issue with you?
Yeah, if you can't run on turf, you can't run on the field. If you can't run on grass, can't run on turf. If you can go, you can go.
So, Christian McCaffrey, my mentality is I'm playing this week. That means I know I'm not playing, but I'm trying to trick myself into thinking I'm playing, right?
Yeah, he knows. I mean, it's, he's saying, in my mind, I'm not, nah, dude. And here's the thing. I understand he wants to play Whitey, but do you want to play on that ground, that turf in Minnesota, if you don't have to? Like, that could be the worst thing for CMC. Like, he got to look out for himself. Like, he may want to play, but if I'm the coaches, if I'm the doctors, nah, bro, you're taking another week.
Yeah, especially the way Jordan Mason played. Jordan Mason had 28 carries, most for any running back in the Shanahan era. I didn't realize.
That's what 28 was the most
for any running back since Shanahan's been the coach.
So even CMC hasn't had that many. That's crazy.
No. Jordan Mason forced 9 missed tackles.
Yeah,
and he averaged 3.4 yards after contact per attempt.
He looked like a guy that saw an opportunity and said, I'm going to make the most of it. And that's exactly what he did. And, when you look at it in terms of basketball, it's like when a star player's out, the next man up is like, shoot, this is my opportunity to shine. It's like Jeremy Lin years ago in New York. Like, he was out of the rotation. Then all of a sudden, Linsanity happens. And so with JP Mason, all the credit in the world to him. And that's why I asked Rod Brooks this earlier. Even with CMC back, they got a guy that has to get some touches as well. You don't have to use CMC as much as you did last year.
I know that Jordan Mason is not CMC. They threw to him once.
We know that.
He's not the receiver that CMC is. He's not as versatile. He's more of a power back. But I think he has a chance to be a legitimate star running back. I think they have another star offensive player.
Undrafted to a star?
Yes. just that's what running backs come out of nowhere and do in this system. I don't think it was a fluke. He's not going to go for 147 every week. But I think the last 2 years he's proven in late game situations. He's had a really high yards per carry average. I think he's very
legit.
good running. I do. I think he is. Yeah. I don't think that was a fluke.
No overreaction to week one. That's what I'm worried about because I was hyping him up too. I was hyping up the performance on Tuesday when we came in.
Again, he's not going to go for 147 every week.
Right, exactly. And here's the thing about it too, and you're right. He's not going to go for 147. The Niners offense, one day it's going to be him. Ayuk's going to be better.
Right.
Debo's going to get touches. I just find it, CMC is sort of an outlier in the fact that in this offense, and I understand they want to rush 30 times, but to your point, usually guys don't get this many opportunities like JP Mason did, 28. And, what, would upset me and give me reason for pause is that if he doesn't get another opportunity when CMC comes back, like he still, to me, should be like a 10 carry guy, even when CMC comes back. Like he has to get the ball and get some touches.
What do you think, Jay? If we were to suggest that Jordan Mason is a legitimate star running back, we getting carried away, week one carried away, too much helium? What do you think?
Yeah, week one. So overreaction Monday, you know how it goes. Week one overreactions. Everyone has them on the show. I think he's good. We'll have to see what happens down the road. CMC is the best running back in the league. It's tough to replace that, right?
Right.
Like,
it's a whole different
it's
approach.
a different dynamic he brings to the table. And you could see a couple, and don't get me wrong, Jordan Mason definitely had some great runs, but CMC, he's got just a little bit of knack of, you give him a lane,
right?
He might take it to the house,
right?
Where Jordan is more, he's got a little more power to him as well.
He's like Mike. Remember Mike Anderson?
Yes, of course. I remember Mike.
Who he is? I'm telling you,
I like that.
He's that good.
Yeah,
same system.
Mike had about a solid 2 or 3 years, right?
Yes,
right.
But they were really good.
They were.
Like, who's that guy rushing for 1,000 yards, 1,100 yards?
That'd be Mike Anderson.
Mike Anderson.
All right. Should any of the NFL's winless teams already be looking for the panic button?
Hey, already.
I can name a couple. What do you think? Next, Sactown Sports.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Ulta Beauty's 21 Days of Beauty event is back. From now until September 19th, score over 200 daily beauty steals at 50% off in every category. And check Ulta.com daily to get them all before they're gone. Take 50% off bestsellers from brands like Estee Lauder and Supergoop. Plus, say hello to new finds from brands like Dyson and Sol de Janeiro. And Ilia is now at Ulta Beauty in select stores and online. Shop in-store at Ulta.com or try pickup today. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful. Conditions apply while supplies last.
Welcome to Staples.
My son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and notebooks.
With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find low prices on tons of school supplies. And all in stock.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Might I suggest 2 carts?
Staples has everything for school in stock and priced low. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 9/14, in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Reggie Theus at 5:30 today. Reggie Theus, he's now a coach and athletic director at Bethune-Cookman.
Yes, he is.
Former Kings coach, and he was named by our panel of one of the 10 most influential Kings in Sacramento history. So looking forward to that. Here's a basketball question for you, Drapes. Just your opinion before we get back to the NFL. Phoenix Suns on Twitter asking this question. On X, pardon me. One shot with a game on the line. Which player in Suns history are you giving the ball to? Rex Chapman responded with Steve Nash. The great Pete Youngman responded with Paul Westphal first, Coach Westphal second. How about you?
Damn, Coach Westphal second. In Phoenix Suns history?
Give me
KJ.
the Hawk. Give me the Hawk. Get it to Connie
Really?
Hawkins.
Connie Hawkins?
Yeah.
You need a 2 or a 3? That's a good question, right? That's
yeah.
How about Thunder Dan Marley? Tom Chambers,
Walter Davis. Anybody remember Walter Davis?
Yeah, I remember Walter. Another guy, friend of ours, Eddie Johnson.
Yes,
big shot.
Yeah, big shot, Eddie Johnson.
Yeah. Coming on next week, actually.
Is he? Shut up. Damn, Jay.
You want me to push it back?
You killing it, bro.
I got you, bro.
I think I'm off next week.
Yeah, I'll push it back for you.
Yeah, push it back, bro. Push it. That's my guy.
One thing that Eddie Johnson says about Steve Nash is that he says Steve Nash, people don't realize Steve Nash was a great shooter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Steve Nash was great. And, he's, I keep telling people, and I know I'm going to watch my girl Caitlin Clark here at the top of the hour. She sort of reminds me of Steve Nash. Ability to pass, can take over a game scoring, an MVP guy like Steve Nash candidate. Somebody weighed in JD 209. How about Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I was thinking
I'd probably take him over anybody.
Connie Hawkins was definitely a sentimental pick, but yeah, Kevin Durant's pretty good. How about Sacramento Kings?
Oh, I got one for you real quick.
Okay.
Gar Hurd.
Wow.
Remember the turnaround against the Celtics?
76 finals.
Yeah,
yes.
I forgot about Gar Hurd.
Yeah. One shot with a game on the line. Which player in Sacramento Kings history are you giving the ball to? Peja
or Mitch, probably, depending on what you need. Although,
Marcus
Force
Thornton.
5. Yeah. I know, but De'Aaron Fox, clutch player of the year.
About Malik Monk.
Nah, Jay, don't act like we disrespect him.
You are disrespecting him.
No,
you ain't disrespecting him. I'm just throwing his name out there.
Oh, all right.
Malik,
no, Malik
get
is
it
clutch.
done.
Malik is clutch.
Number 10.
Yeah.
Bibby.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably Bibby. Bibby or Mitch.
How about this? Buddy Hield. I know. Hey, I hear me out, Whitey.
Nope.
Hear me out. He's got numerous game winners.
Oh, he's a great shooter.
Numerous game winners.
Great shooter.
Does he have to dribble, or can he just catch and shoot?
That's a good question. That's a good question. And hey, Campio said Buddy Hield in the chat.
Uh-huh.
So If Compio says it, I must be on to something.
Buddy, no, Compio's known Buddy Hield for a long time.
Yeah. Let me
used to have lunch with him
all the time.
Right.
Played golf with him and your buddy Eric. Jay, you're not including Peja? You're not going in Peja there?
Nah, not for me. No.
Huh, okay.
I'll take Bibby.
Yeah, Mike Bibby was clutch. I'm looking at this website, the top 10 buzzer beaters in Sacramento Kings history. And let me see who's on this list. You got to think Mike Bibby is going to be on this list. I'm not looking at this.
Is Tyreek Evans on there?
Oh, he had a hell of a one, right?
Against Memphis, I think. Yeah.
And he jumped up on the scores table and everything.
Yeah.
Kevin Martin at Seattle. You guys remember that? January 27th, 2008.
Who could forget that?
Yeah, you remember? that was number 10 on their list. James Johnson versus New York. See, I'm done looking at this. My bad, fellas.
What can you tell us what number 1 is?
No, I'm not going to do it, Whitey.
Okay.
Because it's one of those lists where you got to click on each one for it to advance. I ain't got time for all that.
Mike Bibby against the Lakers, but was that technically a buzzer beater? I don't remember if there was any time left.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah. Sorry about that. I derailed the show.
No. That's all right.
I hate those sites.
What was our final decision on the Kings? One shot.
Shot.
Is it Bibby? Is that a consensus?
Or did you say Peja?
Jay's not going Peja.
It's Bibby or Richmond for me.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Mitch.
All right.
For me.
Okay. I'll go.
Is Mitch in your top 3 on
Definitely.
that? Okay.
Definitely.
Right.
So Mitch is the guy.
Yeah.
How about this? You look at the NFL teams 1 weekend that haven't won a game yet. Yes, 1 game. Browns, Panthers, Bengals, Packers, Falcons, the Giants, Jets, Ravens, Raiders, Commanders, Titans, Broncos, Colts, Jags, Cardinals, Rams. Should anybody even be asking, hey, where is the panic button? And I know it's too early, but some of these teams look pretty bad.
Yeah.
To me, for example, if I'm the New York Giants, I'm like checking on, I just need to know where it is. I don't need the panic button yet, but we may need it soon. And I think the Rams with the left side of their offensive line getting
banged up.
Yeah, in one game.
Yeah.
I think they got to be pretty anxious. The rest of them, we'll see.
Yeah,
the Browns too, I'd say.
When you say the Giants, I look at this as a team with legitimate playoff hopes who lost week 1. Like the Giants, they're going to be trash. The Panthers, trash. Like, no need for them to hit the panic. The panic button's already been hit, before the season. But to your point, the Rams with the injuries that they have, Puka also.
Yeah.
But I think Cincinnati has to be up there.
I agree.
Right? I think Cincinnati,
losing at home to the Patriots when your quarterback's like,
got a floppy wrist and everything. No, I agree. I think the Bengals, I'm going to throw Cleveland in there
I'm with you
that.
on Cleveland.
Yeah, because
they were that bad, and now they've got more problems.
Yes, more issues, and their quarterback, who they gave all this money, being sued once again. I mean, I think that's an issue for them.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How is Deshaun Watson? He's been playing. He's still playing, and Colin Kaepernick couldn't play. How?
Oh, come on, Whitey, come on. You know the answer to that.
Well, how is that? How can that be?
You got to talk to not only Roger Goodell, but the owners who blackballed Colin Kaepernick. They view what Colin Kaepernick did as more egregious and blasphemous than what Deshaun Watson did.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you all you need to know right there.
Yep.
About them. Not America. I'm talking about these owners. That tells you all you need to know about them. And then for the Cleveland Browns to go out there and trade for Deshaun Watson, give him another opportunity, hand him all that money too.
I know.
Like, what are we doing out here? And so I'm with you on that. Like, when I look back at it now, and I thought this the same way, and I mentioned this, earlier this year, in the whole scheme of life, what Colin Kaepernick did, people have done millions times worse and got second chances.
Yes.
This dude took a knee at the advice of a service member who said,
a Green Beret,
yeah, who said, you know what, the most respectful way to do it is to take a knee. And he got lost his football career because of that. Like, it's unbelievable, the hypocrisy, in the NFL and in our country, too, if we keeping it real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah. And, after Colin Kaepernick was blackballed, the NFL came up with these, end racism and all these slogans and things in the end zone and on helmets. And now you got what happened to Tyreek Hill. What do you think the NFL needs to do? I think the NFL, I know the Dolphins came out with a statement. The NFL, at the very least, needs to come out with a very strongly worded statement of how much they support him and their players and how unacceptable what he went through is. Otherwise, your little slogans and your stickers and everything don't mean anything.
It don't mean anything, right? And we haven't had other owners chime in. Roger Goodell hasn't weighed in. This is one of the stars of your league, one of the stars of the NFL. And the image of him being handcuffed on the ground, you're right, Whitey. It's all lip service if you don't actually come out and stand for anything. And the thing about Colin Kaepernick, to go back to him, not saying he's Muhammad Ali, but remember, Muhammad Ali was labeled a draft dodger. People were, really critical of him. Now, 40, 50 years later, he's a symbol of freedom. He's a symbol of patriotism. And so I wonder, will history look at Colin Kaepernick different? I've already looked at him the same. Like, I'm not going to look at him any different. What he did was not egregious, in my opinion. But as time goes on, will he be given the grace to, what, Colin, we understand now what you were talking about. Like, I don't think he will. People are so entrenched right now, man.
I finally watched today. I watched the Tyreek Hill video. I hadn't watched it before, and I give him a lot of credit. He admitted that, there's some things I could have done differently, but still he says, that officer should be removed. Could you share with us your feelings when we'll do that when we come right back here. It's Drive Guys as we roll on here on Sactown Sports.
Even in a broken Washington, one person delivers results. Our Congressman Kevin Kiley. Working across party lines, Kevin Kiley has helped pass bipartisan bills to lower prices for gas, groceries, and utilities, provide tax relief for the victims of recent wildfires and storms, and to protect Lake Tahoe today and for future generations. Kiley has secured millions of federal dollars to ease traffic on our roads, expand our water supply, and protect our homes and communities from wildfires. And because he believes public safety comes first, Kevin Kiley is working to crack down on repeat offenders, retail thieves, and fentanyl dealers who prey on our youth. Kevin Kiley is always ready to work across party lines to get things done, and never afraid to take on the establishment in Washington or Sacramento when that's what's needed to protect our quality of life. Delivering results. That's Kevin Kiley. Let's keep him working for us.
I'm Kevin Kiley, and I approve this message. Paid for by Kevin Kiley for Congress.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobbit, Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for Ram Power Days?
If you've been looking for the right, hard-to-find Ram heavy duty, great news. We have them. And right now, you can save up to $15,500 off MSRP on the new 2024 Ram 2500s.
You always seem to have the best deals and the biggest selection of Ram trucks.
That's why we are California's #1 Ram truck dealer and #3 in the nation. Plus, we have over 400 new Ram trucks available, including those hard-to-find heavy duties.
Find your new heavy-duty Ram at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center. See our whole inventory at hobletdodge.com. And remember to check out the new Hoblet Used Car Supercenter in downtown Woodland with 50 cars under $20,000. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. $15,500 total net savings on select new Ram 2500 tradesmen's after $9,000 factory rebates, $6,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include $3,000 Hoblet select inventory coupons, $2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance, must have qualifying trade-in, and $2,000 on-the-job incentive for qualifying business owners. At least 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Hey, get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede, September 14th, 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com. Speaking of watch the show, Drapes, what are we to make of Shannon Sharp today and the Shannon Sharp story? Predicament,
Dude, I don't know if I want to touch that one, man. I need to get more information. I need to figure out what's going on. Allegedly, Shannon Sharp, Instagram account went live, I think it was. And while he was having sex in the background.
It appeared to be that.
It appeared to be. Sharp says he was hacked, right?
Yes, quote, beware, my Instagram was hacked this morning. My team and I are working vigorously to figure this out.
Yeah, I don't know.
He posted and deleted on his Instagram stories Wednesday.
Oh, he deleted that?
According to Yahoo, he posted and deleted on his Instagram stories.
Yeah, that's I don't know what to make of it. I need to get more info. I have not seen the video. I haven't seen any.
He was not on camera. Woman can be heard.
That's crazy, man. Sort of like Ray Allen. Remember Ray Allen had a situation many, many years ago where he it was supposed to be a DM or something, but it actually went on the actual homepage that for everybody to see. And I think he claimed he got hacked also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
These things happen. Why do you don't look at it? I'm just saying, yeah. Yeah.
We don't know what it was.
We don't know. We don't know. Right. That's that. I'll leave it at that. We don't know. We don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of videos, and we can move on to something else if you want, but I am curious to know what your reaction was to the Tyreek Hill video, if you care to share that.
No, it was upsetting to me, man. It was upsetting to me because of this. I've been stopped and pulled over. I've been, placed in handcuffs. One time growing up in Philly, me and my buddies were walking down the street, 16, 17 years old. We're forced on the car. You fit the description of something. And I'm like, really? And so when I watched the Tyreek Hill video, a couple of things stood out to me. One, he probably should have rolled down the window.
Yep.
You should have rolled down the window. But two, that still does not excuse the officers or give the officers the right to just rip somebody out of their car, throw him on the ground, place him in handcuffs, and then once he's standing up, another officer comes back in and throws
the
it.
knee to the spine.
And the issue I have with it is that it seems like the officer escalated the situation instead of de-escalating it.
And by the way, and I know you know this, he was speeding.
Right, he was
that's
speeding.
What precipitated
and that happens millions of times a day in our country, right?
I know.
Like, it doesn't matter, speeding or not. And I feel like the officer, came across as, it was almost made me feel like if an officer says jump, I'm supposed to say how high. Just because an officer says something, does that mean I need to automatically obey it? Like I need to, because
you still have rights.
You still have rights, right? Exactly. And even if I don't obey, do I get ripped out of my car? Do I get placed on the ground for ultimately speeding and not rolling down his window? That's what it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
He got ripped out of his car, thrown on the ground, placed in handcuffs because he was speeding and didn't roll down his window. It doesn't add up to me. And so it was frustrating. And I've told this story on social, on the radio here before, and it bears repeating. When you're an African-American man there is a inherent fear of police. Even to this day, when I see a cop behind me, I get nervous. I'll tell you a quick story. I'm driving out in Folsom or El Dorado Hills. It's at night. I'm on the phone. And the cop is behind me and pulls me over. I say to the person on the phone, hang on, don't hang up. I need you to listen to this exchange just in case something goes sideways. Same thing happened in Massachusetts. I'm driving home late at night on the phone with my wife at the time. Hey, I'm getting pulled over. Stay on the line with me. It's an inherent fear. And I think it comes from, I've talked about this a lot when I speak to groups and everything. I think in our country, there's an inherent fear of black men. For instance, when I'm at the doctor's office in Massachusetts, when the little girl says, look, mom, there goes the bad guy. Like we are taught even from young, good guys wear white, black guys wear black. And I think there's a fear in our country of black men that we have to get over. Like for that cop to yank Tyreek Hill, I don't even care if he wasn't Tyreek Hill, yank him out the car, throw him down, handcuffed, then the other cop knocks him down again for speeding and not rolling down the window. There's no justification for that.
No, I know. And I know cops are trained to de-escalate things. And I know that the things that they see, it's unspeakable what they go through.
Right. It's a tough job.
The state of mind.
Tough job.
But at some point, you'd like to think that more often than not, they're going to be focusing on what their job is and not letting their personal feelings or frustrations enter into it. I know they're people, but most importantly here, we saw it. We know it happens, unfortunately, far too often. What do you think the NFL should do? What can they do? It's done, but how should they respond? Given all the statements, again, they've made with the, Black Lives Matter, which is great, and, end racism, but now you got to do something about it. What do they do?
No, I think this, if the NFL really wants to make a change and an impact, this deserves more than some emailed statement or tweeted statement. This is Roger Goodell needs to be out in front of cameras and say, when is enough enough? In our country, this is unacceptable. We support our player, we support our athlete, and it shows you that, the color of someone's skin does impact how they're treated in this country. But I mean, we talked about it last segment. Colin Kaepernick got blackballed from the NFL, and somebody weighed in on the YouTube chat. Stop it, guys. Kaepernick sucks. That's why he's not playing no more. That's not true. That's not true. At the time he was blackballed, Kaepernick was a good quarterback. He didn't get back in the league because he was blackballed. And it's frustrating, man. And, I was listening to our competitors, and I'm okay with saying that in this case. And they made a good point. They said, somebody has a problem only when it's Black Lives Matter. When you say all lives matter, that's okay. When you say blue lives matter, that's okay. As soon as you say Black Lives Matter, it's frustrating, man. And I wish us as a country, I'm all about uplifting people, seeing the good in people. There's too much division right now. There's too much angst. There's too much finger pointing. There's too many lies being told, and I'm not just talking about in politics. Every day on Twitter, normal, average people are just spewing lies, whether it's about LeBron, whether it's about Jordan, whether it's about the weather. Like, we have sort of, how should I put it, normalized lying in our culture. And it's frustrating, man. It's sometimes I was texting somebody the other day, and I'm like, man, it's really tough right now to be positive in our country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just hope the NFL takes advantage of the opportunity to show, this is going on. We all need to do something about it. It's not going to go away anytime soon, but at least you need to address it and not just hope it goes away. And just think, if there were no video of it, we probably wouldn't even be talking about it now.
Right. It's like I said, man, and I understand police officers have a difficult job.
I can't imagine how difficult
it is. Basically their lives are on the line every single day. And I can't imagine the psychological toll that takes, where you never know. Any traffic stop could go sideways. I get it, but you signed up for that. instead of escalating the situation, because that's what happened here, the officer escalated it. Why don't you de-escalate? And I've dealt with police officers too. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, you were speeding. Yeah, sorry, officer. Apologize about that. All right, just giving you a warning, And so it's it was frustrating to watch.
Didn't Tyreek Hill talk about that he's had that talk with his dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Every person of color, and somebody on the text line is weighing in 916. It's all brown people. I'm a Latino male in his 50s. I still worry about if I get pulled over while being non-white. It's just the reality of how we live right now, and it's scary out there sometimes, man. And, driving late at night, especially, and you just get pulled over. It's the first thing I'm thinking is, all right, are there any witnesses around? Do I have anybody that can corroborate in case things go sideways? And we shouldn't have to live like that in America.
We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, the WNBA commissioner faces a backlash for what she said and didn't say about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese next. Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Carmelie.
I want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
I've always believed that golf is more than just a game. It embodies integrity, commitment, and a sense of style. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa, and I'd like to tell you a bit about Naturewood Home Furnishings, a business that shares these same values. With the Procore Championship Professional Golf Tournament happening at the stunning Silverado Resort in Napa, I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Just like the game of golf, Naturewood has built its reputation on integrity, commitment, and timeless style. Looking to bring a unique style into your home? Naturewood offers custom certified designers who can help you craft the perfect look tailored just for you. And while you're enjoying the elegance of the tournament this week, along with Napa's world-class wine and food, be sure to visit Naturewood Home Furnishings. You'll discover pieces with the same sophistication and quality as the game itself. Who knows? You might even find an heirloom that will be passed down for generations. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Just look for the water wheel.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
We're just talking about Tyreek Hill. We got this text from Scott. One of the reasons I'm reading this is because Scott says, I expect these texts to be ignored. Scott says, appreciate your opinion, Scott. Scott says, Roger Goodell needs to come out and say, Dade County, look into this issue, and I will reinforce with my players to cooperate with the police. That should cover this one incident, says Scott. Just think if Hill would have rolled down the window, we wouldn't be talking about it either. That's Scott. The thing is, Scott, you have to understand the NFL is standing on social awareness and how keen they are to address social injustice. So because the NFL has the writing in the end zone, the slogans in the end, those stickers on the helmet, here you have an example of it. Okay, so what are you going to do about it? Right. That's what I'm saying, Scott. You're going to stand on that or not? It's easy to put a little sticker on somebody's helmet, but now what if anything are you going to do about it?
Well, the other part to that too, speaking of Scott is, and this is the thing, I have a problem, and it may just be a personal situation, and that's okay. Every situation is different, and there's three sides to every story. Mm-hmm. So just because you believe what you believe does not mean that it's correct, right? And that goes to Scott, and that goes to everybody else. And just because I believe it doesn't mean it's correct. We have all opinions. Something that I'm reminded of daily, and I try to do a great job of this myself personally, and I strive to be better at this, is just because I believe something doesn't mean that what someone else says to me is right, wrong, or whatever. Sometimes it's just their opinion. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is. Too many times I think we look at it in a black and white, meaning on paper, not race, not the color of your skin.
Wrong.
Or right or wrong.
Nuanced.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's shades of gray.
And to me, when you start to get down to the problem, and again, this is me talking, this is just my opinion, here we go. That's the problem, what Scott is talking about, because that's his opinion. That's not a right or wrong. And that becomes the issue. Is I get it. Those police, as you've eloquently have talked about here, Drapes and Whitey, is the fact of the matter is this. They put their life on the line every single day. I didn't choose to be a policeman, so I don't know the shoes they walk in, but vice versa. And that's the problem, Scott. Stop talking about what you do not know. And now I'm talking about Scott, because your opinion is not right or wrong. And too many times in our life, when we talk about topics, when we talk about culture, race, politics, religion, whatever you want to call it, sports, we even talk about it on a smaller playing field. Is you think your opinion is right and it's not necessarily right, Scott. That's the problem. That's your opinion. That doesn't mean it's right or wrong, because you weren't Tyreek Hill. You weren't a person that got your car knocked on. You did not know what he felt. You have not walked in his shoes, and you haven't been from the way he was born and the way he was raised, and we're all products of our environment. And that's the problem. That is what Drapes is talking about. When sometimes you have to be empathetic about what's going on. When you're talking about something's right or wrong, you don't know, Scott. You weren't living it. You weren't there. I didn't see you. Where was your video? Were you inside the car? Were you in the trunk? That's the problem. And when you have those type of issues, when you have those type of comments, it brings out frustration. And that's when you start to see what Drapes was talking about last segment. That's what you start to see when you hear me frustrated. It's because you don't know. So stop acting like you know. That's the problem.
Weighed in on, he chimed back in. The cop was clearly wrong, but I just wonder what would have happened had Hill rolled down the window. I am aware of that, JJ.
Yeah, but this is the other part to that is this. We've seen people roll down the window and we see it go awry, just like Drapes has talked about, and I'll reinforce it. I rolled down my window and no problem. Cops have been like, hey, listen, sir, you did A, B, and C. Cool. You got me. Here you go. That's part of it. I'm penalized. See, there's three sides to every story. And that's what we have to start to realize as people. Just because you see it one way doesn't mean that is the right way. It's not that. And that's what that's where these conversations have to be had, fellas. These are the things that we need to talk about, not only on the Drive Guys, but in other circles. In political forums, on C-SPAN, at your local, as someone talked about. I have a 24-year-old son, and we have different conversations. Absolutely. Because guess what? That person is saying from their own point of view, their opinion, this is how it happens. And I applaud that. That's what we need.
We have some similar issues being raised by something going on here with the WNBA commissioner. And I wanted to address this because, Drapes, you've talked about this a lot. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. Now, I don't know, Jay, if we have just the commissioner's comments on here or the question. We have just the commissioner? Okay, good. Yeah, the question, she was, and pardon me, it's Kathy Engelbert?
Engelbert, yeah.
She was on CNBC's Power Lunch Monday. And she was asked how the WNBA tries to, quote, stay ahead of, end quote, or act when sentiments about Clark and Reese involve some, quote, very uncharitable things about the other, end quote, specifically about comments online that, quote, have taken a darker turn, a more menacing turn, where race has been introduced into the conversation, where sexuality is sometimes introduced into the conversation, end quote. Here's the commissioner's answer, and see if you can hear why a lot of people, players, executives in the WNBA are not happy with her answer.
One thing that's great about the league right now, we do sit at this intersection of culture and sport and fashion and music. Like the WNBA players are really looked at now as kind of cultural icons.
True.
And when you have that, you have a lot of attention on you. There's no more apathy. Everybody cares. It is a little of that Bird Magic moment, if you recall, from 1979 when those two rookies came in from a big college rivalry, one white, one black. And so we have that moment with these two. But the one thing I know about sports, you need rivalry. That's what makes people watch. They want to watch games of consequence between rivals. They don't want everybody being nice to one another. So the social media is different today than it was in 1979 when it didn't exist. But, you know, I always tell the players, you know, I was told a long time ago, if someone's typing something in and you wouldn't ask their advice, ignore it. So it's a balance, but certainly from a marketing dollars, but corporate partners are stepping up to endorse these players much more so than they were 5 years ago.
So there's a lot of people in the WNBA, some players, players union executives who felt like she dropped the ball there. And there was an opportunity to address head on some of these things and say some of the misogynistic comments and the racist comments and the sexist comments. There's no room for that. She didn't do that.
Right. Exactly. And I feel like she missed an opportunity, and denouncing racism, that's not a political issue or a right versus wrong issue. Like, we should all be for denouncing racism.
I know.
And calling out the racists.
Yeah.
Like,
racism is not a political issue.
That should be a layup for the commissioner. Yes.
Yeah.
We condemn all forms of racism. You know, these are two great individual players. And I do get the Bird Magic comparisons, but she totally, like, you know, whiffed on an opportunity to make an impactful statement, basically, about what's going on, you know, with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark and the discussion around her. You know, it was almost like she had her blinders on, you know, turned a blind eye to some of the discussions that's going on out there.
This is good for business.
Right.
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
Right, exactly. And so, you know, it's disheartening. You know, some people are ripping her and coming, you know, I'm not going to do that. If she had it to do over again, I wonder if she realizes, you know what, I probably should have or could have, you know, made a more
Drapes,
impactful
I believe
statement.
she, after the fact, came out and said, of course I condemn this, this, and this. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It's a little late in the view.
Yeah, and when it comes to that, I'm not going to, you know, crucify anybody or anything like that. It's just kind of disheartening. Like, damn, she missed an opportunity. You know, to each his own, obviously, but she could have made such a more impactful statement when it comes to this. And people make mistakes, no doubt about it. She, you know, maybe she made a mistake. And like you said, Whitey, she came out afterwards and said, of course, she condemns it. But it was a missed opportunity on her part.
The Bird Magic thing, how much does that resonate with you?
Oh, man, big time. Big time. You know, and I'm coming from the perspective of growing up in inner city Philadelphia. Like, you know, at the time, you just did not cheer for Larry Bird, obviously because he played for the Celtics, but also Magic was our guy. You know, there were way more Magic fans in inner city Philadelphia than Bird fans, and a lot of it had to do with race. It just is what it is. And conversely, I believe there are a lot of Bird fans who liked him and hated Magic because of race, you know, and that's, and you know, when you look at Bird Magic, and you look at, you know, what's happening with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, Bird, blue collar, Boston, tough, hard nosed, Magic, African American, LA, Hollywood, glitz and glamour. So there's this dichotomy, you know, it's like a perfect rivalry, mate.
Right.
Angel Reese, Chicago, tough, hard nosed city. Caitlin Clark, Indiana. You know, viewed more as not like Chicago or these inner cities, New York, LA, Philly, stuff like that. And so, yeah, I do see some of the similarities between the two.
I do think at the risk of getting a little maudlin, that's one of the things that can be great about sports. I remember when I was in junior high thinking about who am I friends with and what classes do I make friends? And I realized you make a lot of friends in gym class.
Yeah.
Why? Because you're in there playing games. You're doing, and when you're playing a game on a team, you can't afford to care what race or religion the other person is. Like, we got to win, And like I say, I know that's kind of a simplistic lesson in some very complicated times, but I do think that one of the valuable things about sports is it reminds us of that.
Yes.
We don't heed that reminder, but it reminds us of that constantly.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll tell a quick story about, moving here, and I had this discussion with my friend. He's African-American. And, I was deciding on where to live, and I decided on Folsom. Folsom isn't very diverse. And part of my thinking for moving to Folsom was that, it's not a diverse area, but the more they see people of color, the more they're around people of color, the more they'll understand people of color. So in my mind, and I'm literally having this conversation with my friend, like, these are some of the things we think about and talk about. It's in my mind, I'm like, all right, I'm basically trying to infiltrate this community to show people that, we all bleed red. I'm normal just like you, so that hopefully it makes it better for the next African-American family to move to Folsom. But then my friend made a good point, and it's like, as a person of color, why do we feel the need to move out of our neighborhoods? Why don't we invest in our communities, stay grounded where we're at, and help lift up the African-American community or the community of color? And that's something that as a person of color, we think about all the time, Whitey. And it makes me emotional, man, because I'm just trying to, inspire people, raise my kids, raise good kids. And, I have to walk into a restaurant and immediately notice I'm the only person of color. I've maintained, that, Caucasians, white people, they could go their whole lives and be successful without having to deal with anybody of color. It's not like that for minorities in this country. If you're color, they talk about our presidential candidate and how she talks one way with one people. That's a black thing we do from day one. Trust me. How I talk here on this show is different than how I talk with my black friends back home, how I talk in the corporate setting. It's just a reality that, we have to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I get emotional about this.
Yeah. Back to the NFL, the latest on Christian McCaffrey when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcasts? Good news! Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things Uninterrupted at Amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to Amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
It's not hard to be a mom. It's hard to be a good mom. It's easy to be a bad mom. That's so easy. But to be a good mom is hard. To be a bad mom, that's as easy as being a great dad. That's...
Nikki Glazer, Alive and Unwell Tour. Friday, September 20th. The venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. She's alive and unwell. Don't miss Nikki Glazer.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
You want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
All right, a couple of show notes here. And by the way, I want to remind you once again to get your tickets for the Marysville Stampede, September 14th and 15th at MarysvilleStampede.com. We have Reggie Theus coming up at 5:30. And that's when Drapes is supposed to try to work in.
What is it? Cattywampus
into the interview. And that's his punishment, if you will, for coming up at the bottom of the football picks this week. And I think everyone's going to get their opportunities to do this, but you get to go first.
Yeah, let me. Do I draw attention to it or just work it in and keep it moving? I'm trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? Because I don't want Reggie to look at me like I'm crazy and be like, "What the hell is Drapes on today?" Like, I don't know. I'm not going to draw attention. I'm going to just slip it in and keep it moving.
I just think it has to be in a question.
No, you can't.
Because otherwise you could say, boy, that was a cattywampus of a game. I remember I saw you play, Reggie, blah, blah, blah. You could bury it. And that's not. That's not in the spirit.
That was not established beforehand. You said just use the word during an interview.
What do you think, Jay?
No, you don't.
I mean, it's got to be in a question.
No, it doesn't. No, you're changing the rules now.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to move forward, we could set some ramifications.
After this week,
specifications. Yeah, it's like
not now.
This one we let it slip through our fingers.
I feel like every day you come up with a little different, You can't use the definition. You can't explain it.
It's evolving.
Yeah, it is.
It's a living,
forever.
thing.
Yeah, it is. It's a mechanism. Organism, I should say.
Yeah.
I see how it
now,
is.
the other thing, since we're going to talk to Reggie Theus at 5:30, that means the back end of our show might be a little different. So if you're up for it, Jade, I know Drapes is, we would get to the Whitey's Wayback Machine coming up here in about 10 minutes.
No problem.
No, Jay need time to prepare. He needs time to prepare.
Is that all right with you?
Of course, man.
Okay.
All right, let's do it. Okay.
I'm out here putting the hands on people.
All right, so we have that coming up. And again, Reggie Theus at 5:30. He finished 10th in our rankings of the all-time best and most influential Sacramento Kings. Now, as far as Christian McCaffrey goes, he says in his mind he's playing. Do you have Ian Rappaport again for us, Jay? This is Ian Rappaport, NFL Media, on how he says it's probably a long shot that we'll see McCaffrey against Minnesota this week.
If he was on the field is now the big question for Christian McCaffrey. And it feels to me, just taking stock of the situation, talking to people involved, that Christian McCaffrey is a long shot to play this week against the Minnesota Vikings. And go back a couple of days to Monday night. I think we all thought, in fact, the 49ers all thought that Christian McCaffrey was going to shake off some, little tightness that he felt late in the week of practice, be able to work out and be able to play Monday night against the Jets, as he told reporters, as everyone had planned. He worked out pregame. It was just not quite right. And we talked a lot during the course of the preseason about Christian McCaffrey's calf injury. It is more than that. It is also Achilles tendonitis, which can really be troublesome. And as Kyle Shanahan noted, that's actually the injury that's giving Christian McCaffrey more trouble right now. It's the injury that is requiring more treatment than, I would say, the calf pull. So that is why Christian McCaffrey did not play on Monday night. It's a long season. He is as good as it gets. They want him healthy for the stretch run. So it makes sense for the 49ers to pull back a little bit and ensure when he hits the field again, he is fully healthy. And oh, by the way, the fact that you have Jordan Mason, the former undrafted free agent who came in, rushed for over 100 yards, ran incredibly hard, and looked excellent against the Jets. The fact that you have him step in McCaffrey's place, not so bad for the 49ers.
I'm not a doctor, but I've been to the hospital. I spent time in the hospital. It is pretty apparent to me, Drapes, that the 49ers have been sandbagging everybody on this for weeks now, which is, you understand why they do that. But I don't think this tendonitis that he has, Achilles tendonitis, which remember for weeks and weeks and weeks, it was, he has something wrong with his calf. Achilles tendonitis is not something that's like day to day. If somebody, especially a running back, has Achilles tendonitis, they need to rest it.
They need to rest
for an extended period. Right. For, doctors say you got to rest it at least this much. We don't know what that is. That's why I think the 49ers kind of sandbagging us a little bit. I don't think he's playing this week. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play next week either.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing. And do you think the Achilles tendonitis happened initially, or was it the calf that developed into Achilles tendonitis?
I just know from what I know, which isn't a lot, Achilles, any tendonitis is from overuse, repetitive stress. And, he's a running back. So, he developed it from just the wear and tear of being an elite athlete, NFL running back.
And I bring that up because, the guy was very limited in practice leading up to week 1, didn't participate in camp, didn't play in any of the preseason games. And I feel like he's been resting for 6 weeks now or so. Right. Like, and so, I'm on the mayoclinic.org website. And so
it's a good website.
It's a great website. Call me WebMD. I'm always on here. It says rest, ice, compression, elevation. And, one thing it also says, if several months of more conservative treatments don't work, I imagine that's what he's going, meaning conservative, meaning not surgery. If those don't work, your doctor may suggest surgery to repair your Achilles tendon.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's where we're at. And Kyle Shanahan even said today that, IR was not an option right now for Christian McCaffrey, but it's a little concerning.
Yeah.
The guy hasn't really played in a football game since the Super Bowl, and he's still dealing with this injury.
Based on what you said, it seems to me that there's a really good chance that we right now are in that period with him where you're resting it for X amount of weeks.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything. It's not like, maybe he'll play this week. Now, again, they're not divulging that, and I understand why they're not. But I think that's probably where we are. And the smoke screen of, maybe he'll play this week. I mean, I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it either. And I'm interested to see the injury report, as it progresses throughout the week, because I can't imagine. I think their first one, it's out. Their first one is tomorrow, I believe, because they had the Monday night football game. Right now, they list them as limited participation in practice today. But I don't think they did much, right? I can't,
Maybe he stood there?
I don't know. Did some stretching or something, right?
Yeah.
Like Friday, when they have the designations out there, is he going to be listed as limited or questionable or whatever it may be? I mean, to your point, Whitey, they've sort of been playing with his designation for a while now.
They have.
And so I wonder how they handle it this week.
You don't want it to get worse and tear. You don't want it to develop into the thing we talked about yesterday where it starts to deteriorate. So I just don't get how, we'll see how he's feeling. I don't think that's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
I hope he's great. I hope he's fine as soon as possible. But then the way, obviously, as Ian Rappaport pointed out, we all know the way Jordan Mason played, there's a lot less pressure. Maybe they have a little more time on that than they realized they were going to have on CMC.
I think so, too. And also, I mentioned this earlier, when you look at the Niners schedule, you got, the Jets, you just beat the Vikings and the Rams. Tough games. But then the Patriots, who, I don't think will be good at the end of the day. The Cardinals, at the Seahawks. 3 easily, in my opinion, winnable games for the 49ers before you get to the gauntlet, the Chiefs, the Cowboys, and the Buccaneers. And so it would make sense to be conservative and be careful with CMC. Why put him through this week? Give him another week, maybe the Rams. If not, sit him, The thing about CMC, and I think you'd agree, it's not how he is in September, October. It's making sure he's right January and February. They can get by the regular season without CMC at full strength. Yeah.
So when Kyle Shanahan says, hey, if it were a playoff game, he'd play, Well, they don't have any playoff games for a long time. So as long as that thing is even a little bit tender, I don't think he's going to play. Why would he?
Right. It doesn't.
Unless they're, they've lost 4 in a row or something.
Right. Exactly. Unless the sense of urgency is ratcheted up. But, if you beat Minnesota again, all right, I'm resting them for the Rams game. You keep punting it down the road a little bit more.
Speaking of a sense of urgency, are you feeling one about the way back quiz coming up?
Yeah, I was on fire yesterday. I was doing pretty good.
Yeah. Yesterday was a tie game. And then we
fire plus a tie, huh? Must be the 9-0s y'all playing in the East Coast.
Clock expired. We had no extra time.
Right.
So we've got the Whitey's Wayback Quiz. It's Jay against Drapes, the Whitey's Wayback Machine Quiz. Pardon me. Someone always gets mad when I call it different things. It's coming up next based on things that happen on this date in sports. Sactown Sports.
Hello? Hey, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. Did you know we've got you fully covered?
I've taken up beekeeping. I'm always covered.
I'm talking the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage at up to half the cost.
Same honey? Half the work?
Exactly.
Sweet.
Just call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Silverado savings spectacular now at Maida Chevy with $13,000 off MSRP. Every new Silverado half-ton LTZ in stock after rebates. $12,500 off every Silverado half-ton High Country after rebate. And $11,000 off all new Silverado half-ton RSTs exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Whatever Silverado you choose, you'll save thousands at Maida Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/30/24.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, home runs have been a big story for the A's as they hit 16 on the recent road trip, and they picked it up back at home on Labor Day with 2 by Shea Langoliers, including a walk-off, giving him 25 for the year, including 24 while catching. In the long history of the A's franchise, only Terry Steinbach hit more while behind the plate. He hit 34 back in '96.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
And investing in youth arch supports for your child or team is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Time for Whitey's Wayback Machine Quiz, normally heard at the very end of the show. We have Reggie Theus towards the end of the show today. Not sure we'd have time for it, so here we go. Everything in the quiz is based on events that happened on this date or is related to things that happened on this date in sports history. It's Jay against Kyle Draper, head-to-head. Yesterday, we ended up in a tie. I know, Jay, you went first yesterday, so since we had a tie, I think you're still up.
Yeah, that's me.
You get the honors.
Come on now.
Well, first of all,
Here
we
we go.
Ramsey sitting back
Here
there
we
with
go.
them. It's probably 2 against 1.
Ramsey, man, go sit in the studio.
Ramsey, come on.
I mean, goodness gracious. Every time this man even thinks there might be an issue, we got something.
I'm calling you out on it. That's all.
As you're supposed to.
10 says Jay for the day.
Of course, 10 knows what's
John
up.
Pereira says Jay is JP. Powder.
Shouts out JP.
What?
Yeah. He's got a lot of Compio. Jay all the way.
Shouts out Compio.
I thought these are my people. What are we doing?
They turned their back on you, man.
That's messed up.
Losing support. All right, Jay.
Let's go.
Here are the years in the quiz today. We have 1980, 1985, 1983. We have Name the Year, 1995, and 2021. Can I help you with those?
1995.
1995?
Yeah, Ron Gant.
No. What do you think, Drapes? No.
I know, right? I'll take that one.
All right, Jay. 1995. Yankees beat Cleveland 4-0.
World Series or what?
No.
Oh,
it's only September.
I'm just
all right, yeah.
I know.
Cleveland Yankees wouldn't play in the World Series.
No,
becoming just the 4th team ever to do what in a game? Yankees beat Cleveland 4-0. They become just the 4th team ever to do what in a game? Hit 4 homers in a row, make 6 errors in a win, or record 0 assists.
You said the Yankees.
Yes.
Did this.
Yes.
Ooh. Give me give me the options one more time.
They beat
please.
Cleveland 4-0, and they become just the 4th team ever to do this.
Okay.
Hit 4 homers in a row, make 6 errors in a win, or record 0 assists. First question.
I'm
Come on,
going to
that
record
quiz.
0 assists.
That is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
Nice one, Jay. Nice one.
Very unusual.
Was that the
No
time?
assists.
No, this is a whole new day,
Yeah,
right?
this is a whole new game.
All right.
Whole new game.
All right.
Jay Holden serve on his first question. Drapes, you're up. 1980, 85, 83. Name the year 2021.
2021.
2021. Corbin Burns and Josh Hader of the Brewers combined to no-hit Cleveland. A record how many no-hitters were thrown in the 2021 season? 7, 8, 9. Just a few years ago. Record for no-hitters in a season.
9.
9 is right.
Yeah, boy. Your boy's in it.
Was that our guy? Who am I blanking? Our guy that's 5'7".
Oh,
Was
Marcus
that-
Stroman?
Yeah,
Marcus Stroman.
was he part of that year?
There was so many that year. I think he
was
might
part
have
of
been.
that year.
9 of them, yeah. 1-1. Jay, you're up. 1980, 85, 83. Name the year.
Let's go 1985.
1985.
Good year. George Brett.
Pete Rose collects base hit number 4,192.
Okay.
Surpassing Ty Cobb for number 1 all time. He did it against what team? Dodgers, Padres, Expos. Not correct.
Oh.
Chance to steal. Drapes. Pete Rose, base hit number 4,192, this date 85, surpassing Ty Cobb for first place all time. Against what team? Dodgers, Padres.
Dodgers.
Dodgers is not correct.
Oh, really?
Eric Shao and the Padres.
I was like, I don't remember who the pitcher was.
Yeah.
Damn.
So it's still a 1-1 game.
Yep.
Drapes?
Yeah, what you
That
got?
was a total guess.
1980, 1983. Name the year.
1980.
1980. Tampa Bay Bucks make their first appearance on Monday Night Football. What is the most common matchup in Monday Night Football history, having happened a record 20 times? Raiders and Broncos, Eagles and Cowboys, Jets and Dolphins.
Eagles, Cowboys.
Eagles, Cowboys is not correct.
Really?
What?
Not correct.
Get out of here.
too.
Get out of here.
It's
Check it with
the
Whitey.
Raiders.
You're going Raiders, Broncos?
Raiders, Broncos.
Correct.
Yeah,
Damn.
Raiders, Broncos.
Raiders, Broncos.
Maybe I'm thinking that Sunday 425 slot, 125.
You
Eagles and
growing up.
Cowboys is like 13 times, and Jets and Dolphins is 12. But yeah,
Damn. Okay. Nice one, Jay.
Broncos, Raiders. Yeah.
All right.
Jay with the lead, 2-1.
Let me put them away right here, White.
Yeah. 1983, and name the year. You could do it. You could clinch it.
I'm going to name the year, sir.
Name the year.
This closest to, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
closest to.
But you hear the question
Yeah.
first, right?
On this
Yeah. Nolan Ryan makes his major league debut with the Mets. This day, what year, Jay? You want to go first? You want him to go first?
Oh, I'm calculating here. Hold on, good time.
He is. Look at him. He's in a trance.
I think I know this.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ramsey knows this.
I think I know this one. Go ahead, Drake. I'm going to let Drake set the bar.
Say it then.
Now set the bar, big time. Don't
Nolan
pressure around here.
Makes his major league debut with the Mets. This date, what
I'm going to see where he's at. Because he was alive, I believe.
1975.
1975 is his guess, Jay.
Oh.
That's a tough one.
I was literally going to say 75 or 74. Oh.
Am I right?
Not right.
No, you're not right,
you
but
still
you're
win the
right
point,
there.
depending on where Jay goes. Nolan Ryan makes his major league debut with the Mets this date. What year? Drapes on the board with 75. Can Jay come closer?
I'm going 76.
1966.
What?
1966.
With the Mets?
Yes.
Bro, we was pitching in the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
I thought he had 25 years.
I know.
Damn. I was trying to count. So I was going, I remember watching him. I went to an A's game, and I was like, okay, 1993. Yeah, so I was trying to calculate it back.
Yeah.
That's 25 years.
He was on the 69 Mets.
Really?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes. Yeah. Woo. Anyway, it's 2-2. We got one question left on the board.
Yeah, somebody got to win.
Yeah. You ready, Drapes?
Yep, I'm ready.
You can win it right here.
Is this the closest to or
no?
Oh, okay. All right.
This day, 1983, with 118 yards and a win over Green Bay, who becomes just the third player to rush for 11,000 career yards. This date, 1983. You got me? 118 yards, win over Green Bay. He becomes the third player to rush for 11,000 career yards. Is it Franco Harris, Tony Dorsett, Earl Campbell? This is for the win. Drapes has that look in his eye.
1983.
The look of victory. Taking the headphones off. Unprecedented.
Earl Campbell for the win, Whitey.
Earl Campbell is not
That's
correct.
not it. That's not it.
That's not it.
Yeah, that's not it.
That means Jay could walk it off now, or we're going to overtime.
No.
Let me just restate it, Jay.
I think I know this one.
Day 1983 with 118 yards and a win over Green Bay.
Yeah.
Who becomes just the third player to rush for 11,000 career yards? Franco Harris or Tony Dorsett?
You said 83, correct?
Yes, I did.
Tony Dorsett. Okay.
No.
Let me calculate.
We're going to be here a while.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know.
That's
He
fine.
carried
We
on
got
back
4
there.
minutes.
His
We're
eyes
fine.
are rolling
Jay,
back
stop
in his
cheating.
head. He got Ramsey back there. Stop
Ramsey
cheating.
ain't said nothing to me, man. I told Ramsey go in there, sit right next to you, shoulder to shoulder.
Ramsey's just back there shaking his
Read
head.
it one more time for me.
Come on.
1983 with 118 yards and win over Green Bay.
Yes.
Who becomes just the third player to rush for 11,000 career yards? Franco Harris, Tony Dorsett. This is for the win.
Tony Dorsett.
Nope. Franco Harris. Damn it.
It was Franco Harris.
Yeah.
So we go to overtime.
Yeah.
What did Tony hit his You ain't look? Okay,
Yeah, no, Tony was young still there.
Yeah,
I think
I know.
he came out of Pitt in 77. 70,
But I thought he had a couple 2000s in there.
So we go to overtime, and overtime
Coin
is
flip, right?
It's coin flip.
You got one this time?
I don't have any.
Buffalo nickel or something?
You got a coin, Ramsey?
You got big
Ramsey?
chips over there now. You got big chips Draper and Gleason.
I ain't got nothing, bro.
Big chips Gleason and Draper.
I don't have anything.
All right, we'll see who whatever this is, points to. It's pointing to.
Dude, no.
That's half and half. We'll spin the bottle. What is this,
All right,
man?
this side's Draper. This side's Jay. It's Jay.
That's me.
This is brilliant radio.
Yeah, there we go.
We got tomahawks.
Tiebreaker. You don't want to know what that thing is.
What is that?
You
don't look at that. Yeah, don't look at that.
I think it's from the Carmichael Dave show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, clown show.
All right, so it's a true false. So the way true false works, I read it. You can decide if you want to
that's a
go
50,
true false or not.
50.
All right, Jay. 1987. True or false? Howard Johnson of the Mets becomes the first National League infielder to hit 30 homers and steal 30 bases.
That's true.
In the same season.
That's
You
true.
going true.
That's true.
He's got the win.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
He's got the
Hojo,
win in
baby.
overtime.
That's Hojo.
Yeah.
That's easy. That's easy. Come on, Jay. That's
Overtime win.
Hojo.
You can't even stick out your chest for that one, bro.
Man, that's all right.
A true
man.
false?
What Jason Kelsey say yesterday about his T-shirt?
What'd he say?
Didn't he say it was like super tight or something?
Yeah.
that's me too.
That's
right?
you
I'm
sticking it
sticking
out.
out.
Oh, man.
The all white button up he had on.
That was a good match.
There have been very close matches of late.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Ty, we didn't have time for overtime, and then today, Jay winning it.
All right,
in
Jay,
overtime.
I see you.
Yeah.
Look that up, Drace. It looked like you were looking up. What did Franco Harris finish with? I thought he was in the 10,000 range. I didn't know he hit 11.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's why I didn't think Franco hit
I didn't either. I
11,000.
didn't either.
You know,
I looked at the years and I was like, well, Franco been playing longer, and of course, Pittsburgh had so many successful years.
Ooh.
But I was like, I don't remember
12,120. I
thought he
that.
hit double digits, barely hit double digits.
Yeah, that's why I said Earl Campbell, and I knew Tony Dorsett wasn't it. But damn, Franco was balling. Okay.
Mm-hmm. We've got Reggie Theus coming up at bottom of the hour. Up next, NFL Week 1 top 3 things that stood out to you. It's coming up with the Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I've always believed that golf is more than just a game. It embodies integrity, commitment, and a sense of style. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa, and I'd like to tell you a bit about Naturewood Home Furnishings, a business that shares these same values. With the Pro Court Championship Professional Golf Tournament happening at the stunning Silverado Resort in Napa, I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Just like the game of golf, Naturewood has built its reputation on integrity, commitment, and timeless style. Looking to bring a unique style into your home? Naturewood offers custom certified designers who can help you craft the perfect look tailored just for you. And while you're enjoying the elegance of the tournament this week, along with Napa's world-class wine and food, be sure to visit Naturewood Home Furnishings. You'll discover pieces with the same sophistication and quality as the game itself. Who knows? You might even find an heirloom that will be passed down for generations. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Just look for the water wheel.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2. What was I thinking? And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
That's the golden time of day.
only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Reggie Theus, former Kings player and coach, going to join us bottom of the hour. Also coming up, 3 things that stood out about week 1 of the NFL season, including one stunning number that we're still trying to figure out. Before we get to that, Drapes, Jay, dear listener, somebody here on the text line has a thought about the Whitey's Wayback Machine quiz, saying true and false isn't fair.
It really isn't.
Well, you have to understand this, please. When it comes to the end of the game, there has to be a way where we're going to have a winner. If it's multiple choice, we could still end up with, you both missed it, we move on. We could also do
it could be a tie, right?
Oh, you don't got to explain to these,
What's wrong with a
folks
tie?
out here.
Because it's overtime. Everyone wants a winner.
Soccer, they have ties.
I know.
Not when it counts.
Thank you.
And that's the problem. That's why you can't watch it.
Man, it really isn't fair.
Yeah.
Because it really isn't fair. In terms of the odds,
somebody has to
your
lose.
odds increase if you get the question in overtime. Your odds should not increase from
it's a game
during the regular season, during the regular time. Then you get to overtime, and all of a sudden your odds go from 33% getting it right to 50%.
Then you have to win in regulation.
But it's a coin flip to even get the question.
Right. The
so
odds of you getting it are just
that makes it even worse.
That's 50-50.
Because it's not scientific.
What I've noticed about the true false, if it's Simone or it's Jay, they always trust me and they say true. If it's you never trust me and you always say false. Seriously, I've noticed that.
No, because usually you change a word or two.
Patterns?
No,
I got you.
When it's my turn, he changes a word or two to throw me off. That's why.
I don't do that.
I see how it is.
I said true before you even finished the question.
The true false is kind of, you got 50%.
I know, but the game has to have a conclusion. And if we do, the problem with the closest to sometimes
closest to.
They're fair, but you guys take, and I don't blame you, but you take a long time with them.
And
I get that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But that's why yesterday it's like, dude, we got to go.
All right, so hold on. Your initial excuse was we got to have a winner.
Yes.
But if we did closest to, we would have a winner. Now you're saying, well, it takes too long.
Right.
Just
Sometimes
say, guys.
when we do it at the end of the show, like yesterday, we have a very short time span to get, it's overtime. We can't do, all right, closest to. It takes too long.
You know what? We should let the people decide. Whatever
People
John
ain't
Pereira,
deciding.
whatever
I'm
John
deciding.
Pereira says goes. John, what do you think? Should we do closest to in overtime or true false? I'll let the people
depends on the time constraints. So people are not deciding. Thank you for listening.
This is Whitey's quiz.
This is not the People's Wayback Machine quiz.
It's KG's quiz right here.
Understand?
How about in
a lot
overtime?
of time working on these.
How about in overtime? We put a clock on it.
We have a clock on
10
it.
seconds each.
Mr. Gleason, don't let these people talk you out of a fair.
In NBA overtime, they shorten the quarter to 5 minutes. Why don't we shorten our answers? You know what? You got 10 seconds to come up with.
I think you're missing the point. Sometimes we don't even have that much left at the end. Today was different because we did it early.
My boy John says we should do closest to. I'm just saying. It's not right, man. It's not right. But okay. All right. I'll move on. I'll get him tomorrow.
See where John allegiance is.
Yeah, exactly.
No problem.
He's my guy.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
It's all good.
There is an element of, luck in a game. It's a game.
So it's definitely lucky that Jay won. All right, man. What else we got here?
Don't let them talk you out of what you've been doing. You've been doing a
Believe me.
fantastic job, big
Believe
time.
me, it ain't changing.
John Pereira, Mike Pereira.
If
Doesn't
we
matter
ever
what
go to
Pereira.
overtime, I'm going to just throw my hands up. I lost. I understand it. As Campio said, the game is getting too complicated.
Exactly. And that's what you and John Pereira want to do.
Further.
The voice of reason, Campio says, is getting too complicated.
Yeah. You need to simplify it. Pare it down a little bit. Yeah.
Next time, just do rock, paper, scissors. All right, that'll make it even clearer.
All
rock,
right.
paper, scissors.
I was thinking of doing getting a basketball hoop in here and including a physical challenge.
Okay.
I didn't think you guys want to do that.
He ain't ready for that. I've been working with my boy Lim. He ain't ready for that.
Man, don't let Lim change the game playing like that.
Maybe someday. Yeah, you get an extra point if you make a putt. I don't know. We'll see.
Well,
We'll
that's
see.
a hobby, man.
Yeah, I know.
We got to at least talk about real sports here.
Theoretical. What stood out to you about week one, Drapes? I'll give you three things. Jay, Drapes. One is I think the NFC, the top of the NFC is pretty much what we thought so far. Detroit was very impressive. Dallas kind of showed out a little bit. That was a thing that stood out to me. I know that a lot of people had said, they're going to decline, and maybe they will, but week 1 they were great. But the third and biggest thing that stood out is the way, as we discussed earlier, passing in week 1 of the NFL season, it was ugly. Yards were down, touchdown passes were down. Looks like defenses are way ahead of the offenses of week 1.
Yeah, I agree with you. That stood out to me 100%. It's, even quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow, these are supposedly, Hall of Fame quarterbacks, great quarterbacks struggled. And it goes to show you that they are not up to speed. Even Brock Purdy, who had a good game, he missed some things out there, some open receivers and some checkdowns and stuff like that. And
I agree with you. I know Shanahan said, he didn't make any mistakes. No, he made mistakes.
He missed a couple things out there. And, that stood out to me. What also stood out to me conversely is how bad the quarterback play is for certain teams. Like the Giants on the hook for $40 million per for Daniel Jones. That dude is terrible. Like he has not shown anything that warranted that contract. Then I look at Carolina. They are who we thought they were. Poor Bryce Young out there. Like he doesn't have any weapons. That they're a struggling team. And so I look at the quarterback play and say, man, if you got just a serviceable quarterback, middle of the pack, like Kirk Cousins was horrible the other night. Like if you got a chance, but if you don't have a top 10, top 13 quarterback, you have no shot in today's NFL.
MSN.com says one of the reasons why the passing was so bad this opening week was because, quote, defenses are winning the chess match. Defenses are, let's see, because of how conservative defenses are calling the game, it's forcing offenses to either eat their vegetables via the quick game or make explosives via running the football. Offenses have to be able to throw the next punch.
I don't know what that means.
They're just saying that defenses are so conservative, the big play is not available to you.
The big play.
I'm not saying they're right, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
I know I mentioned this, I think Monday. Steve Palazzolo had this week 1 NFL passing touchdowns, 2019, 61. In 2020, 52. 2021, week 1, 61 passing touchdowns. And it goes 51 and 22, 37 and 23. And then how many passing touchdowns did we have on Monday night? 1? Aaron Rodgers threw 1. Brock didn't throw 1.
Brock
right?
didn't throw 1.
Yeah, so 34.
Damn.
34.
Do you think, that the offense, because people talk about, preseason, they don't get any reps, shortened preseason and all that. Do you think the offense, it's more important to develop chemistry than the defense? Meaning chemistry with your receivers, your running back, offensive line.
Sure.
Because Patrick Johnson says this is what happens when you make preseason shorter and don't give your starters reps. I think that's a big part of it, And, when you look at the NFL, like, especially, in recent years, scoring, that's what we want, right? We want more higher scoring games, more, air it out assaults, 300-yard passers and things like that. And I think we'll get to that. I just think right now the defense is ahead of the offense.
Running the ball had a bit of a renaissance. 121.5 yards rushing per game for teams ranking as the best opening week since 2008. So I know this is a lot of numbers, but 39.2% of all offense was gained on the ground in week 1. Second highest total of any week since the start of the 2012 season.
Wow. Maybe there's a shift. You brought it up about Sunday Night Football. The Lions strictly go on run game in overtime to beat the Rams. And look at the Niners, with J.P. Mason getting 28 carries, most in the Shanahan era. I do think you're starting to see a trend. Maybe you don't have the running back that lasts 5 to 10 years in one system, but you have a J.P. Mason. You have guys that can fill in, and it's still a way to go. And like MSNBC said, because defenses are just playing the pass pretty much, the opportunities to run are there, and offenses are trying to take advantage of that.
Caleb Williams, 93 yards passing, the fewest by a number 1 pick quarterback who started the opener since John Elway had 14 for Denver against Pittsburgh in 1983. Yeah, the Bears, no offensive touchdowns, and they still came from 17 points down to win.
Right, yeah, that's,
Because Tennessee had no offense.
They have no offense. And Will Levis, doesn't look like the answer right now. He's looking pretty bad. And so, yeah, I mean, I go back to what you were saying. The quarterback play just isn't top notch. I could argue, too, and I don't have any stats to back it up, but you got a lot of young quarterbacks in the league.
Yes.
Like a lot of it used to be you come in the league, you sit 2, 3, 4 seasons, hold the clipboard, then you get your opportunity. Now you're being thrown right into the fire.
Let's see here. Steelers also won their opener without scoring an offensive touchdown. So this was the first time since 2006 that two teams won in week 1 without an offensive touchdown.
Wow. How bad are the teams that lost those games? Like, seriously, you know what I mean? Like, how do you lose that? And, I do think it'll improve because I've said it. I think this quarterback class is really good. And I think Bo Nix, as he progresses through the season, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, those guys will improve. I did see somewhere that somebody remarked that the best situation for a rookie quarterback this past week was my guy Michael Penix, having to just sit and watch. Then the starter, Kirk Cousins didn't look good. And so he didn't have to take lumps. And so, Penix is coming, man. I don't know if Kirk Cousins is the answer all the way through this season.
Congratulations to Jake Moody.
How about that?
Yeah. And your guy, I got to, acknowledge NFC Offensive Player of the Week, Saquon Barkley.
He was nice. He was impressive.
Yeah,
right?
he was
impressive. He gives the Eagles exactly what CMC gives the Niners. A pass catching back, a back that can really break the big play, adds an element. You look at it, he's the best player on the offense. Like they added a Saquon to a really good offense as is, and now he's their best player. They're going to be fun to watch, and they're going to be better later in the season than now.
You look at the two New York teams, and I know it's early to bury the Jets, but they didn't look great. Why are the two teams in New York? Why have they been so down for so long? They just don't have very bright people running the show.
Right.
And I think Saquon leaving the Giants when he wanted to stay there ended up on the Eagles is a classic example.
That's proof
of mismanagement.
Right there. Yeah, and it goes back to who you're going to pay, your quarterback and running back. And I understand the running back position isn't what it used to be.
Let's give the money to Danny Dimes.
Right, who hasn't proven anything instead of the guy that has proven it week in and week out. It didn't make sense.
Right. Reggie Theus, bottom of the hour, coming up next. More on DeMar DeRozan and his brand new book.
Yes.
As the Drive Guys roll on Sactown Sports.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. With the kids back in school, now is the perfect time to go buy a new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I have one, and I love it. And I'm not the only one in my family that loves it. My 12-year-old daughter loves it. In fact, just the other day when I was about to drop her off to school, she said, "Dad, are we taking the nice car out?" And I said, "Yeah, honey, we're taking the Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV." She was so excited to ride in it, and she was so excited to show it off to her friends. She loves the fact that it has seat cooling, seat massaging, and oh yeah, extra room in the back seat for all of her friends. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Go test drive one now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You'll see how the car drives, the comfort it has, and the speed it has on the open road. Just head on down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 tests under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, you gotta see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia. You can always count on low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
It's the home opener for Sacramento State Hornets this Saturday, 6 p.m. kickoff versus Nichols. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A gusty breeze will settle down this evening. Valley temperatures drop into the upper 50s. Light north breeze will set up for Thursday with highs near 90. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
My boldest NBA take for the season, Kings Western Conference Finals. My boldest
Your
NBA.
afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
What do you think of that bold take, Traves? That's DeMar DeRozan. Kings Western Conference Final.
Yeah, that's not bold at all. Tomorrow I'm with you, baby. That's going to happen. I like his positivity. I like his outlook on the season. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, forget just the playoffs.
Yeah, he's everywhere right now, right? He's promoting his new book.
Yes, got his new book. Got it right here. Above the Noise, My Story of Chasing Calm. DeMar DeRozan, 6-time NBA All-Star, forward by Coach Greg Popovich.
How did you get that? Send it to your house? Send it here?
Send it to the house, big fella.
Yeah. These are on the Kings.
Yeah, they called me up. Hey, man, DeMar wants to send you something. That's exactly what they said.
Who called you up?
Don't why you want?
That's a good question.
Don't worry about that. My
I'm
people
just checking
called
to see if
me.
you was gonna let it slip, big dog.
Nah, I ain't gonna tell you that.
Was it Compio?
Yeah, it might have been. He knows DeMar, I'm sure. They asked for my address, and I was like, all right, and they sent it, and got it last week.
And you got the autograph in there.
Yeah, I got the little autograph, and
it's really a pretty autograph.
It really is.
Yeah,
actually.
it is.
Like
it's artistic.
You can if you look at the way I sign things, it's terrible. You can't even tell it's my name. But DeMar, I can see the D, the capital M, the D, the R. Like, no, it's really classy there.
I remember I was about 8 years old and I was looking at an autographed baseball or something. My dad told me, the players have to sign baseballs one way and then they have another signature for their checks and things. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, see, that's true, right? That's
of course it is. I never thought of it.
How about at the grocery store? Do you give your real signature, when you may have to sign a little thing or anything?
No one could ever read that, right? And yet my wife, when she does it, it's like perfect. I don't know how.
Yeah. I just scribble. Sometimes I tell my daughter, "Go ahead, honey, you can sign it," and she just scribbles. So, why do we do that? Like, why is that even a thing? You know what I mean? Like, if it doesn't look anything like your signator anyway, you could just scribble like
legalities or something. You signed it, so it's your fault.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan's new book is Above the Noise, as we just said. And DeMar DeRozan is promoting it. He was on ESPN, and he was telling ESPN about the importance of bringing that intensity, that level of excellence every night.
Conference before you made that decision?
One, I wanted to challenge. I feel like when you take on a challenge, it brings the best out of you every single night. Me looking at the Western Conference, playing in the Western Conference before, it brings the best out of you. And I kind of wanted that challenge. Like you said, I look forward to playing every single night, but I also want that challenge every single night and being able to play with a guy like De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis with the year that they had before, even last year before injuries and, they was a top team in the conference. I just felt like I could be that piece that could definitely take them over the top. And the way they even approached me, they had the utmost belief in me that made it feel even, more than possible.
He's definitely convinced that this is the right place for him, but based on what he said to Sam Amick in The Athletic, he did have to, obviously think about it, maybe talk himself into it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a slam dunk, right? I mean, we talked about the other teams that were interested in him, Philly, Miami, Lakers, and that's a tough decision. And I like the fact that he said, I wanted a challenge. You go to LA, you play with LeBron, you do anything, you win, LeBron gets the credit.
Yeah, of course
Philly,
you won.
Yeah, of course you won. But to come to Sacramento with a young, hungry bunch and sort of be that vet, that OG.
You're the LeBron in a way.
You're the LeBron in a way. Exactly.
You know what that's all about.
Yeah, I deal with it every day here, right? Every day here. And so, yeah, you sort of uplift the people around you and get them over the hump. And I would say this. Out of all the teams DeMar was looking at, if you win a title in Sacramento, that means more than any of the other places.
It's a bigger accomplishment.
It's a bigger accomplishment. Exactly. And so it's a challenge for him, but he the fact that he's welcoming that challenge, I like that.
I know we talked about this earlier, but this is incredible to me as someone who's been around Sacramento and the Kings for a long time to hear a player of his caliber say this, talking about the winning culture that they were building towards in Sacramento. To have a DeMar DeRozan talk about, I like the winning culture in Sacramento that they're building towards. That's unprecedented. That doesn't happen, Drapes. I'm telling you, that just doesn't happen. You see the fan base. You see the winning culture that they were fighting towards, and anything related to winning, when you see it from the outside, it lets you know as a competitor and as a winner that it's something you want to be a part of.
Yes.
The Sacramento Kings.
Yes, the Sacramento Kings are fostering a winning culture.
When we have Reggie Theus on, he's not going
like,
to tell us that when we came here, I really want to be part of that winning culture.
Right, exactly. And it's kudos to the people, inside the organization, Monty McNair, Wes, and obviously Mike Brown. And I go back to when Mike was first hired, and this was so strategic what he did, and I think so important. He instilled belief in the organization. He didn't come here talking about ending the drought. He came here talking about winning the championship. And so if you set your expectations low, your results will be low. If you set them high, which Mike Brown has done, you'll achieve things. And so I think I give Mike a hell of a lot of credit, man, because he's not about just making the playoffs, just winning 46 games or whatever. He's trying to win the damn championship. And I think that it really, seeped into the culture of the organization.
Mm-hmm. The book, of course, a great deal of it is about DeMar DeRozan and his struggles in areas of mental health. And he talked about how, in some ways, his depression drove him to write this book.
Then, I was extremely lost in not knowing why, because everything was going so great for me career-wise at the height of my career, All-Stars, winning, everything was going perfect, from a career standpoint, but not knowing emotionally and mentally where I was at. And I think that night, tweeting that tweet was me just hitting the wall, and everything since then been me kind of trying to build myself back up, from the human standpoint.
That was during the All-Star break, right? Yeah. And he wrote, he tweeted about depression got the best of me.
Yeah.
And people were like, what?
This is huge, man. The fact that, this book is out, that he's making a public stand about this, that he's in Sacramento. As somebody that battles depression myself, it's a tough thing, man, because it almost becomes frustrating. It's like you look around and, like he talked about, career is great, life is great. How come you're not happy? And this is one of the reasons why I can't wait to dive into this book. And the fact that, he battled his demons and has worked through things. And I'm just looking at page 72. You got a section here on Oakland, California. Oakland, California reminded me of back home. These are, some things I can't wait to read about because I get it, DeMar. I understand, the struggle, man. Life on the outside seems like it's great, but inside you're battling those demons, no doubt.
He told this great story to Sam Amick, and he said, long story short, as I remember it, he was in Denver and he's warming up, and this guy sitting courtside says, hey, calls him over. And DeMar's like, he didn't know if the guy worked there, but it was a fan. And the guy explained that he had a son who was suicidal. But after hearing about DeMar DeRozan's struggles, that helped his son to come to terms with his depression and things, and he wasn't suicidal. DeMar DeRozan said it just made him feel great. And he says he goes there. He hasn't seen the guy since. He doesn't know his name. And every time he goes to Denver, he's looking for that guy. But can you imagine how good that makes you feel?
Yeah, exactly.
Share something. You're
and
like,
it
don't know if
actually
I should.
affects somebody.
Yeah.
Like, impacts somebody's life. And the thing that, I like about DeMar and Kevin Love and athletes that speak out, and something I'm trying to do in my daily life, is sort of normalize therapy, especially among Black men and men of color. A lot of times, we're told to suck it up, or, we got to be strong and all this. And, we get emotional too. And, I'm in therapy, every week I talk to my therapist, and the more we talk about it, because think about this too, Whitey, if you got a broken leg, you go see a doctor. If you hurt your finger, you go see a doctor. Well, if you're dealing with something mentally, why can't you go see? Why don't we normalize going to see somebody to help you with that as well?
I think we're making strides.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's and the more we talk about it, the more strides we'll make.
And especially the more people like him talk about it.
Yes.
People who are revered.
Right.
And people like yourself. Right. The LeBron of the station.
Right, the LeBron of the station, right?
Yeah.
But seriously, I had a meeting with the Kings earlier this week, and I got really emotional about it, because I said, I don't want my legacy to be play-by-play announcer for the Sacramento Kings or Drive Guys host on KHTK, Sactown Sports 11. I want my legacy to be impacting others and inspiring others. And so it's a process for me, man. It's some things I'm working on behind the scenes, trying to get to how can I best inspire and help other people of Sacramento.
All right. We look forward to hearing about some of those things. Real quick, want to let you know that this weekend you can experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. Ooh. Wine Country becomes the ultimate golf destination once again as the PGA returns for the coveted Pro Court Championship. Back east, the tournaments only play nine
holes back east,
here,
baby.
18 holes, baby. Looking for lucky caller number. What do you think, Drapes?
13.
Caller 13 to score a pair of passes to check out the Pro Court Championship this Sunday at the Silverado Resort. For more information, visit SactownSports.com. Stick around for Reggie Theus next on Sactown Sports.
Drapes must be coming back here to pick up the phone.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated text message.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A gusty breeze will settle down this evening. Valley temperatures drop into the upper 50s. Light north breeze will set up for Thursday with highs near 90. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
DC here for Folsom Lake Kia, where they make car shopping easy with a huge selection of new Kia models, low payments, and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, your trusted dealer in Folsom for over 25 years. FolsomLakeKia.com.
When it comes to fighting for families and protecting kids, no one works harder than our Assemblyman, Josh Hoover. A member of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, Hoover has worked across party lines and proposed tougher penalties for fentanyl crimes, stricter sentences for drug trafficking near schools, and RILA's law to make sure anyone who abuses a child is held accountable. A former school board member, Josh has fought to support school police officers, prohibit homeless encampments near schools, and increase funding for school facilities. Josh Hoover knows that families have been paying more for everything from gas and groceries to utilities and insurance. In the Assembly, Josh is working to provide relief to families, reduce the cost of housing, and stop Gavin Newsom from raising gas prices even more next year. Josh Hoover is making a difference for our families, our community, and our future. Our voice, our Assemblyman, Josh Hoover.
Paid for by Hoover for Assembly 2024.
It's the home opener for Sacramento State Hornets this Saturday, 6 p.m. kickoff versus Nichols. Get your tickets at hornetsports.com.
Have you heard you can listen to your favorite news podcasts ad-free? Good news! With Amazon Music, you have access to the largest catalog of ad-free top podcasts included with your Prime membership. Enjoy shows like The Daily, Up First, and Consider This, available ad-free on Amazon Music. To start listening, download the Amazon Music app for free or go to amazon.com/ad-free. That's amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date with a COVID shot this season?
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
I've always believed that golf is more than just a game. It embodies integrity, commitment, and a sense of style. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa, and I'd like to tell you a bit about Naturewood Home Furnishings, a business that shares these same values. With the Procore Championship Professional Golf Tournament happening at the stunning Silverado Resort in Napa, I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Just like the game of golf, Naturewood has built its reputation on integrity, commitment, and timeless style. Looking to bring a unique style into your home? Naturewood offers custom certified designers who can help you craft the perfect look tailored just for you. And while you're enjoying the elegance of the tournament this week, along with Napa's world-class wine and food, be sure to visit Naturewood Home Furnishings. You'll discover pieces with the same sophistication and quality as the game itself. Who knows? You might even find an heirloom that will be passed down for generations. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Just look for the water wheel.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yeah, Jay's up to caller 9 now, so thanks for that, Dre.
My bad. I thought you would just pick like the first caller. Yeah, you're caller number 13.
Against the rules here, bro.
Yeah, my bad. All right. Yeah. One time I go double digits, I get in trouble. All right, I see.
Keep me 9 and under.
All right.
Reggie Theus should be coming up. Waiting to hear from Coach Theus. He's currently head coach and athletic director at Bethune-Cookman.
Yes.
And it's one of the things that surprised me. I understand it. I'm not saying it's wrong, but when we had our panel assemble the 40 most influential and best Kings from 40 years almost of Sacramento Kings history, Reggie Theus in the top 10. I was really delighted to see somebody from way back when rank that high, but I didn't expect it.
No, I mean, he was, our first superstar, you know what I mean? Coming here, from Kansas City when the team moved here, looking at the stats, average 18, then 20, then 21. I mean, and, he
was a star,
right?
Star. Yeah.
And when my image burned into my mind of Reggie Theus is of those powder blue, Kings uniforms back in the day. Like when I see that uniform, I think of Reggie Theus, and he was a great King, man, and well-deserved top 10.
Yeah. He was kind of Magic Johnson-esque. I mean, he scored a lot. He was big, and he had a lot of assists.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he was Magic, but he was similar in some ways.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it too, and I didn't know his assist game was this on point. Like
he averaged like 9.2 one year here.
Yeah, he 1 year he averaged 9.6.
Wow.
9.6 his first year in Sacramento when the team moved. 8.8, then 6.3. Like this guy was a 20 and 10 guy almost when it comes to passing and assists. So you're right, man. And the fact that, for his career, he shot 47% from the field. That's pretty efficient. For somebody, that played, perimeter at 6'6". And so, no, he's an icon, 2-time All-Star, All-Rookie team. And, I'm happy to have him on the show coming up here in a minute.
He and that was a good team that first year. They were a playoff team, and they had some good, solid players, but he really was Sacramento's first taste of this is what an NBA star is like.
Yeah, and it's strange,
legitimized him.
He never made an All-Star team when he played with the Kings. And I'm,
they weren't a really good team then.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, but he put up better numbers too, and so.
And here he is, as we said, named our panel, 10th best, most impactful player in Sacramento Kings history, Reggie Theus. How are you today, Reggie?
I'm well. What about you guys?
What's up, Reggie? It's Kyle Draper, man. What's happening, baby? How you been?
Man, listen. I don't know what's going on over there, but you must be doing all right if you're in there.
Oh, I like to hear that. This is my guy. Me and Reggie go back, obviously Sacramento, but back in Louisville when he's assistant coach there with Rick Pitino, so we no doubt go back. Happy to have you on, Reg.
Yeah, no, listen, Sacramento's like home for me, so anytime I can get a chance to holler at you guys, it's always a lot of fun.
Well, we appreciate that, and we were just talking about the fact that we assembled a panel, some fans, sign lady, Henry Turner, media people, and because the Kings are coming up on their 40th year.
Henry Turner.
Yeah, the high flyer. Yeah. We asked people
last time I remember Henry Turner, he had just competed in the beer guzzling contest when we were his rookie year, and I could just remember him throwing up afterwards.
What? Oh, this is the first time I heard this, Reggie. Tell me more. What was this? Explain this to me.
This is a long time ago. If I tell you everything, I have to kill you. So let's let it go.
Anyway, Reggie, this panel ended up naming you 10th most influential and best King in Sacramento Kings history. And, given that you were one of the original Kings, I thought that's pretty cool.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that. That's something phenomenal, actually. I think that our team and our section was kind of like the forgotten group. And so that's amazing. I know that when we first came to Sacramento, we grew with Sacramento. The city changed, fans stayed incredible the entire time. But, I was just there a few weeks ago, and I just marvel at how much things have changed. And I remember when they were thinking about the team not going to be there, where they're going to lose the team. And I went on the radio. I went somewhere. I forget where I was. I said, "Hey, you guys must not remember what it was like in Sacramento before the Kings." So but what a love relationship that the Kings have had with the fans, and that is a real honor because I always felt like that our group, because it was the first group, and obviously so much success happened after that, but it happens on the backs of the old guys that were there first. So, listen, coming from one of those old guys, I'm just very appreciative. It makes me even love Sacramento even more now.
Reggie, take me back to that move from Kansas City to Sacramento. I mean, you started off your career in the big city of Chicago. You go to Kansas City, then you come to Sacramento. Just what was the environment, the vibe like when the team first landed here?
And you can be honest, because we remember that. We know it wasn't all easy for all you guys.
Listen, I think the thing that I've always enjoyed about Sacramento, and some people probably enjoy that about me or not, I've always joked and had fun with the great things about Sacramento, but it's also the funny things about Sacramento. The funny things are the funny things, and that's the way it goes. I have to apologize, guys. I'm getting takeout at Outback, so okay. She's walking over here now. So
you eating good, huh, Reg? You eating good, man. Got that blooming onion.
On an athletic director's and a basketball coach salary, I should be eating over at the Sizzler. Anyway.
Yeah. I want to ask you about one of those funny things. I've heard stories, and maybe this is two stories put together. Maybe it's not true, but I've heard that you, in the early days here, used to bow and arrow hunt pheasant in like the ground surrounding Arco Arena. Is there any truth to that?
No. Well, yes and no. Okay. So I used to shotgun hunt on my way to practice pheasant back in the day. Not bow and arrow.
Okay. All right.
The bow and arrow is a pretty amazing thing. I'm good, but I ain't that good. But yeah, no, Jonesy used to clean them would clean them by the time I got out of practice and take them home. So it's a pretty,
wow.
Listen, that is the epitome of being family, and that's what we were all about. It was family. We all loved each other, and it was a great thing. I just had to make sure that I was a certain distance off the highway so I wouldn't get in trouble with the cops.
That's awesome. That's a good story. Reggie, I'm looking at the roster from your first year here in Sac, and I'm looking at the names. The Larry Drews, the Eddie Johnson, LaSalle Thompson, Otis Thorpe, Mike Woodson. What happened with that team? I know you guys made the playoffs, but take me back there.
I want to tell you this first of all, that half of our team are still really good friends, by the way.
Ooh, okay.
I see Eddie and Mike all the time. I play golf with Otis Thorpe. I see LaSalle all the time. Drew's coaching in the NBA, so we bump into each other all the time. But that team stayed close for a long time. I was just texting back and forth. Joe Klein was a coach for a while, so we've all stayed relatively close over the years. That doesn't happen in the NBA. And that just is a tribute to the time that we had there, and just the fans, and we all love being in Sacramento and growing with that town. So that team, when you think about that team, the one thing about that team is that team could score with anybody in the league. Now, we weren't necessarily the biggest team, and that was one of the mistakes the team made in those days, is that we would need a guy 6'11", 7 feet, and they kept drafting guys 6'7". And so we were always just small. LaSalle Thompson, 6'8", 6'9", probably 6'9", center for us. And in those days it took a lot of size to win. And the thing that I enjoyed about that team is that we could score, and we were going to be in games. Sometimes we weren't good enough to finish the game, but it was going to be fun. It was going to be exciting. And the brand of basketball in those days were a lot of fun. And I think it really entertained the crowd.
Yeah, we had Mike Woodson on yesterday, and Woody said that they just broke that team up a little early because you guys, as you well know, playoff team your first year there. Here.
Yeah. Well, they made a couple moves, I think, for the wrong reasons, and thus, really hurt the team. And that's, that's kind of you make a great move, or you make a bad move, and it does have an effect on the team. I love Mike Woodson. I always tease Mike and Eddie Johnson both because they couldn't dribble. So if I wasn't giving them the ball and spoon feeding them all day, all night, they would have never scored. And they know that. I'm still waiting on my check.
Reggie Theus joining us. Things really went cattywampus, when things changed for you guys and they traded you and everything. But, Reggie, one thing when I look at your career, and, obviously I watched you growing up and everything, and this is something my co-host here, drew to my attention. Your assist numbers were off the charts as well. Speak about that part of your game and how I looked at you as just a scorer, but you were dishing out the dimes also.
Well, my scoring always overshadowed the thing that I actually love to do almost as much as anything, and that's pass the basketball. I enjoyed passing the ball. The reason I was always, and I tell people all the time, I teach my kids, as a coach here at Bethune-Cookman, I tell our point guards and our guards that I always led my team in assists. And they go, how is that, coach? Whether I was playing the two guard, because I was one of the first combo guards to ever play the game. I was a combo guard before the word combo guard. And I was led my team in assists because I was always trying to score. I said, you have to play the game with a mentality. Basketball is a mentality. You have to play the game about trying to get the ball in the bucket. And if you're trying to score, let the defense decide what's going to happen next. If they step up, the easiest thing there is just find the open guy. And because of my mentality, it always allowed me to be a big scorer and also, get assists because, obviously I was a really good passer. People don't understand the difference between a guy that can handle the ball my size and that can really handle the ball. That ball was on a string. It was on a rope. And, you could do anything with the ball. And I think that sometimes it's a lost art in today's game because the truth is they don't play with contact. And we had to do all those things with contact. Mm-hmm. And so it was just a lot of fun for me to play that way. And I'd say even today, I'm able to use those lessons, with my guys today and talk about the things that we were able to accomplish as big guards. It's only been myself and Magic Johnson being a big guard, when a legitimately big guard when it comes to, being 6'7" and he's 6'9". So, I think that it's something that, I'm very proud of and have a lot of fun.
Catching up with, of course, Reggie Theus, former Kings player and coach, 13-year NBA veteran, two-time All-Star, TV hoops analyst, and currently, as he said, head coach AD at Bethune-Cookman. Reggie, you have obviously a very unique perspective on the Kings' history, the good and the bad. So what does it say about how far this franchise has come that a guy DeMar DeRozan's stature says, oh, I want to be there?
Listen, that was always one of the hard things to deal with is that, small market teams not being able to draw big time players. And, ultimately, as the money has grown, you can get paid anywhere. People want to go someplace where they feel at home. People want to go someplace where they sell out. People want to go someplace where basketball means something. And over the years, they went through a good stretch where the team wasn't very good, but now they're kind of turning the corner. They have opportunities to even better themselves. And DeMar DeRozan is a great example of that success. And I think over the last several years with the new management, the new owners, they're fantastic, by the way. When you think about, what they have going now, it's a positive thing. And that's just, that's going to bode well for all, free agents. And you can't win a championship or you can't make it to the finals without free agents.
Yeah, Reggie Theus. And the thing about it too, Reggie, I maintain, when you look at, a successful organization, it starts at the top, ownership. But, from a player's standpoint, the development, the stableness of the organization, the culture, how important is that as you chase a championship?
Well, building culture is everything, and stability is everything. You can just look at historically speaking, no matter what franchise we're talking about, the franchise that have the most stability are the ones that typically win the most because they don't just jump and fire people and, change the team and do all these things. And, you have to give the power to the people who really make a difference. When you think about the Lakers, when you think about Boston, when you think about San Antonio, when you think about those franchises that have long-standing success, it's been their stability. And I think that's part of the culture. When you have stability, when you have people that are coaching the team and are part of the organization that have a say-so, players tend to, grow and be a part of what you're doing, not you try to change and be a part of what they're doing. I'm all about the player empowerment, but sometimes it goes too far. And, players need to do their jobs and let management do their jobs. And I think there's a happy medium somewhere where, you can coexist. Mm-hmm. But, I know that the success of the franchises that have been, ultra successful have been the guys who've been able to run their teams and have good ownership that really put trust and let guys do their jobs.
Reggie, I wanted to ask you about your time coaching here because your first year, the team improved by 5 games. I think you won 38 games first year here. And then the next year, slow start, and you were excused, and it was about a quarter of the way through the season. You had a veteran team, a lot of talented players. How close do you feel you guys were to becoming a solid team?
Yeah, and those couple of days, that at that time, I didn't have a lot of support. I was having management trying to tell me how to coach the team and who I should play, and that's the kind of stuff that destroys your team. Mm-hmm. So there was the ownership was going through transitions at the same time, so it was a tough time. Unfortunately, I was only a few games out of 500 that would have made the playoffs. If I had a little bit of support, it probably would have been a successful year. But at that moment, I don't even know if they were really concerned about being successful. I think they had in their mind what they wanted to do. I think I was, something that was appealing at the moment. But, it kind of sucked, to be honest with you, because I was sort of meteoric, in the college ranks. And although I thought it was an incredible opportunity to become the NBA coach, especially for the Sacramento Kings, which obviously I have such a great relationship there, it could have been a great thing because, I had the ability to coach that team the right way, and I had the ability to really grind it out with those guys. But again, management controls a lot of that. It's really funny. I always tell people all the time, man, I went from being at the University of Louisville, going to the Final Four with Coach Pitino, like everything was going perfect, took that program and implemented it into New Mexico State. The team won 6 games the year I got there. Before I got there, we won 16 games and then went to the NCAAs and winning 25 games. I was fired up, getting things done. And I went to the Sacramento Kings. They offered me a job from a mid-major school. I get a chance to coach in the NBA. So that was just incredible, something I couldn't pass up. And we had it rolling at New Mexico State. We went from 5,000 fans to almost a sellout every night.
Wow.
And so it was hard to turn down the money and, the opportunity. And I went from being the running my own program to being the last voice to really having a say-so to being the last guy on the totem pole. Basically, do it as you're told or you'll be out of here. And that wasn't going to work for me anyway.
Right.
So, it turned out the way it should have turned out, but it actually hurt my career in some ways because it took me a while to get back to the swing of things with coaching in college.
Yeah. Hey, Reggie, you bring up your time in Louisville, and I was there covering you guys. I remember that Final Four run. A player you had on that team, and I believe you coached, is our boy Francisco Garcia.
One of my favorites. One of my absolute favorites.
Give me something on Cisco. Tell me about Cisco.
Listen, Coach. Coach. Come on, Coach. He talks so much with his hands. I got Francisco paid. I got Beno Udrich paid. I got about 5 guys on that team paid because they had the best years of their career with me statistically, and because we were playing a really great style of basketball. But I told Francisco when I came there, I said, I helped you get where you are because I understand who you are, and now that I'm coaching you. I'm going to be able to give you the ball and coach you like the way I know you can and the way what you can do as a player. So it really worked out well because I knew him so well, and he thrived under my guidance. And I've always been a fan, and we were really good friends off the court, by the way, and that was great. The difficult thing was when I left, I knew we had great potential, but that's how the league is.
Reggie, what stands out to you about the job Mike Brown has done since taking over as coach here?
I know Mike. Listen, I coached and played against his son when he was in high school. My son and his son played against each other. So I've known Mike for a long time. And, Mike's been in some great situations. Mike knows how to manipulate the team and really coach the team. He's got great pedigree. And he's a simple guy who really just understands basketball, and he's been a success. So players, you have to have some street credit with these players today. And Mike has great street credit from where he's been and who he's coached with, and he's seen it done right a lot of times. So I have such great respect for him and what he's accomplished. And there was no doubt in my mind that he was going to do the job that he's doing. And it's just by being logical. He's not pulling a rabbit out of his hat or anything like that. He's just coaching the team and doing what's logical and getting the guys to play for him. And that's and in today's game, it means a lot.
Reggie Theus joining us. Reggie, I know you're a coach and athletic director at Bethune-Cookman, at HBCU, historically black college. I'm about to do a football game this Saturday between Morehouse and Howard. And one of the things when I talk to the coaches, they talk about lack of resources, lack of facilities, how much they got to, get out there and stump for that. Can you just talk to me about that and what can we do as a public, as a viewer, as a listener right now, to support HBCUs and their programs?
Well, if you don't mind me saying so, I when I got here at Bethune-Cookman, I have a Division I football team that doesn't have a practice field on campus. They don't have a laundry room. They don't have a equipment room. They don't have a locker room. And so if you don't have storage in football in Florida and you store your equipment in metal containers, what do you think is going to happen? You know, a lot of bad things happen when you put sweat in a metal container. You know, the culture and the resources are just so limited. I've been able to, you know, Charles Barkley gave me a sizable donation in basketball as the athletic director. I gave it to our football team, and I built them an on-campus synthetic football field for practice. I'm in the process right now of refurbishing an old weight room into a locker room. There was an old building that I'm turning into a football academic center, you know, lounge, and also a laundry room and an equipment room. So the problem is it takes money to do these things. And, you know, it's a shame a lot of HBCUs because, you know, the lack of resources. Our dormitories probably need about $200 million to actually, you know, get our dormitories, you know, in shape to where they actually, you know, without any real issues, you know, because they all fit the school's pretty old. But when you start to think about what I have been able to accomplish, and just I'm having a conversation with the NFL. I'm trying to get to the NBA, and I always say that the players in basketball and football, you know, they could do so much to help, you know, HBCUs. I mean, they have to have. They're making so much money now. They have to have tax write-offs. You know, so there's a way to, you know, obviously help a school and really make a difference for a lot of athletes who deserve a chance to know what success looks like. And HBCUs are at a place where, you know, it's a very nurturing place. And you know, people have to understand HBCUs came around because, you know, they weren't getting the opportunities at white colleges and PWIs, as they call them. And so the HBCUs really came about, you know, because of that. But they need help. And our school in particular, because we're a private HBCU, so we don't get state funds. So those kind of things are really true to my heart and really dear. And I'm fighting hard to build the basketball program, but I'm also fighting hard to build our football program because these kids deserve to know what success looks like. And, you know, you have to remember that we're in this business to build successful people and to give them the tools to be successful, to give them a chance to realize their dreams. And, you know, but in today's world, if you don't have the amenities to go along with it, you know, it's hard to compete. So, yeah, we need some help. And, you know, and, you know, I'm always looking at the leagues and stuff and trying to, you know, to let them know how much help we really do need. But thank you for asking that because people need to know that HBCUs are really struggling, and it's not just a thing. It's an absolute.
Listen, Reggie, thank you. We can't imagine how busy you are. You're very gracious with your time. We're keeping you from your dinner. So thanks very much. We appreciate it. It's great catching up with you.
Well, you owe me, you owe me a Marcooni's when I get there.
Oh, we got you. We got you.
I have a question for you now. Since, you know, I'm number 10, you know, you think that somebody needs to talk to the management? Like, my jersey's never been retired there. Ooh. You really want to... You know, that, I mean, like, what's going on here?
We're on it.
All right.
Yeah. We're on it. We'll get back to you. We'll get it done. We'll make it happen. Thank you very much,
all right,
Reggie.
Reg, we'll talk to you, man.
Guys.
We appreciate it.
Anytime, fellas. Anytime.
Yeah. Thank you. Reggie Theus.
Great stuff.
Yeah. If you missed any of that, you want to catch that on SactownSports.com. Stick around. We got to run. We'll be back with you tomorrow, but we got golf to go next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive.